Coach Armando Cuellar,
Okay, thanks.
Coach Isidro Nieto, and myself, Jaime Rodriguez. Let the record show that a quorum of board members are in attendance. And next item, item 3, public hearing on clarification of previously adopted 2020-2021 one-time employee incentive payment contingent on increased average daily attendance. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, back in August of 2020, the board approved a one-time employee incentive payment contingent upon increased average daily attendance. The purpose of this agenda item is to gain clarification and share what transpired in August 2020. Mr. Andres Sanchez will present something on the screen for all and lead us through this item.
Good evening. Can you all see the screen? Yes. Okay. Back on August 24th, 2020, when we presented the budget for the board to approve, we had an agenda. Well, we had a mention as part of the budget that we had a incentive payment for all employees. The payment will be contingent on achieving ADA in excess of the ADA we had budgeted. We had 15,200 budgeted. We show there 15,199. And it said if we get an additional 200 ADA, we can have more money for every employee, broken down in 3 different ways. Teachers getting more money, administrators the next amount, and then paraprofessionals or technical tradesmen, trade staff, the other amount. And we went through the discussion, and it got approved. You all remember there was also a separate item for incentive payment that the board approved for $1,000 for all employees. And at that time, the board said, no, we want $1,000 for everybody because groceries cost the same for everybody, not just certain administrators or paraprofessionals. So everybody get the same. So that one paid in December got paid for $1,000 to everybody. At that time, I asked the board, the second item that we have contingent on ADA, do we keep it? And say yes. Do we keep it the way we have it? They say yes. Okay. That's the way I understood it, at least. In discussion this past week, in preparation for the agenda item we have coming in the meeting, seems like there was something maybe not misunderstanding or confusion in what I was trying to present. And what I had, you see at the last column, shows that we achieved 15,550 ADA, which is 350 more. Teachers will get $1,000. Sorry, cannot see it that far. Well, I can use my glasses. I just bought them and I'm not used to wearing them, sorry. There you go. Nurses, $800. Counselors, $800. Librarians, trainers, instructional coaches, and administrators, $800. Then paraprofessional staff and many trades, bus drivers, everybody included, food service, will get $625. And these are the numbers from last year. We need to make some revisions to it for the current staff that we have for the year that just ended, school year. This is what we presented. So it would have been $2,044,000 if it was approved like that. But there's a misunderstanding that perhaps what the board intended was to approve $1,000 for everybody. And that is the reason we're having this meeting, to clarify that part. If we were to do all staff, it would be, instead of $2,044,000, it would be about $2,300,000, the cost of that amount. And it will be adjusted for the actual count of employees that we had as of the end of the school year. So this meeting is for that. I'll bring it up to you now to discuss the rest.
Yes, no, I know, Mr. Sanchez, when we were in the board planning meeting on last Wednesday, I know we went through the minutes and tried to see the clarification as to what we had intended on doing. And I know Coach Cuellar, he's enjoying some family time this week, so he couldn't be with us today, but I know he was very persistent on making sure, like he was back when we originally approved this item, that he wanted to make sure that, everybody received the same amount of stipend.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we decided to just call this hearing to clarify that and hopefully make that decision to make sure that all employees get the $1,000 stipend across the board. And that's the purpose of that discussion there. But I'm good. Is anybody comments on that?
No, I know we brought this up last week as well. And the possibilities of increasing more, it was that idea was thrown around. What are the possibilities of that happening? I mean, I just don't want to throw numbers around, but I know we discussed the possibilities of providing more than $1,000.
Well, one of the ends that we have right now, this one we have left it at 1,000 at the most here. There's this possible discussion coming up for the ESSER stipend, retention stipend for all staff that will be staying for the next school year, beginning with July and on. And that's where will become discussion, which is additional pay besides this one.
Okay. And that could be a possibility.
Yes, sir. Yes, additional pay.
For the month of July, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So for the ESSER is allows for retention stipends, and we do have a lot of vacancies that I've shared with you, Board of Trustees, this year. So that's separate from this. This one was approved as a one-time incentive pay for everybody working hard to make sure that we achieved our ADA for the school year.
Mr. Sanchez and Dr. Canales, what I want to make clear and what I just want to make sure and clarify, we would not have received this stipend, the ADA, if we did not have the hold harmless in place, correct?
Yes, ma'am. You are correct.
Okay, so the only reason why we're receiving this is because the government decided to extend the hold harmless into the end of the school year, not just the first semester.
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct. Yes, I was looking for another slide.
So our ADA, what we planned for according to this numbers was not attained, but our Texas Education Agency is giving us a hold harmless provision for the entire year. So Mrs. Staita's.
Yeah.
Right.
We budgeted 15,200. Our actual ADA was 14,986, which is what short.
Mm-hmm.
And with the hold harmless, we got 15,616. So that's a big increase that we're getting from the state. Thanks to that provision of the hold harmless, we're able to achieve the budget and go above and beyond. And with that, we're able to pay the $1,000 stipend to.
And
to
hopefully
staff, yes.
with $1,000 across the board for
Yeah.
every employee.
Yes.
Every employee.
And Andres, like I was asking you earlier, and I'm not sure if this item is going to come up later, I'm pretty sure. The money that we are getting from that's going to cover the hold harmless is coming from the ESSER 2 grant, correct?
In essence, yes. Yeah, what the state did is, thank you, Mrs. Taita. We get in this hold harmless, but then when the TA released the second section of ESSER 2, they said any amount that the school district received as part of the hold harmless will be deducted from the ESSER 2 funding. Yes,
Correct.
that is correct.
So I'm sorry. Let me ask, the first stipend in December also came from the hold harmless? Or where did that one come from in December when they got their stipend in December?
No, that was fund balance.
Okay, that was fund balance.
Yes, because we didn't have enough money in the budget. And when it was approved, I instructed the board that we didn't have enough funds for it.
Right.
And the board approved it, that it would come from fund balance.
So the total incentive pay for last school year, 2020, 2021 was 2,000.
Would be 2,000,
Would be
yes.
2,000. Yes.
Yes.
Well, this is a public hearing, so it's open to comments from anybody in the public.
Yes, that would be the next item. The public comments would be the next item on the agenda.
If
Now, Mr. Sepulveda, we okay then to make it that it will be $1,000 for all staff?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yep,
approve?
yes.
Thank you.
which will come up in the regular meeting for approval,
Yes,
correct?
there's an agenda. item. Yes, yes, it is.
It's fine. So good, move on, item 3? Or item 4,
We're in item 4, public comments.
public comments? Any public comments?
We
Good.
run an advertisement in the monitor as required. And we put a phone number for people to call it.
Call.
No, actually email address that they needed to contact like we do for all the meetings. Nobody has signed up so far.
Mr. Spurler, am I okay to move on if
Yes,
there's
sir.
some? Okay, so then we'll move on to adjournment. The motion? So moved. Good. Time is 5:41 and the public hearing started. We good to move on?
Knock. Okay. Make sure you call roll call again.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Good evening. I am Jaime Rodriguez, Vice President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time is now 5:43 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. I will now begin roll call. As I call your name, please acknowledge your presence. Andrew Gonzalez.
Aye. Here.
Jackie Sustaichon.
Present.
Mark De Los Santos.
Here.
Jesse Trevino.
Present.
Coach Armando Cuellar. And Coach Isidoro Nieto. And let the record show that a quorum of board members are in attendance. And we now go on to item 3, opening prayer. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, our opening prayer will be led by Mr. Elias Trevino.
Let us bow our heads and let's close our eyes. Heavenly Father, our Lord Jesus Christ, we come before your mighty throne of glory to honor, praise, and glorify you. Thank you for the opportunity to gather in this setting, joyful that we gather face to face. Thank you for your faithfulness, providence, and protection over the lives of our students, staff, and families. Father, we ask you to continue to bless and grant greater wisdom to our superintendent, Dr. Priscilla Canales, for her desire to be a champion for all students, regardless of their labels. Thank you, Lord, for our board members. Bless them and their families beyond measure for their service and sacrifice for our community. Their efforts and accomplishments for the betterment of our students, I am certain, is in your memory, Lord. Father, may your will be done in our board meetings. Bless our administrators with wisdom, integrity, a sense of humor, patience, and the physical and mental energy in the midst of these trying times. Bless us all with strong support from parents, teachers, and the community. Above all, bless all of our students with divine protection, physical and mental health, and providence. May nothing lack in their homes. May their homes be filled with love and support. We pray that you grant us the opportunity to see all of our students soon and that they and all of our staff return safely. We ask you all this in your precious and mighty name of Jesus. And everyone says, amen.
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 Thank you, Mr. Trevino. And next item, Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge.
Our Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge will be led by Dr. Sergio Garcia.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. And next item, awards and recognitions. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we have several recognitions and awards this evening. Mr. Carlos Robledo will lead us through this section of the agenda.
Slide.
All right, good evening, board. Tonight, we'd like to start off with a big congratulations to two high school students. We'll bring their photos up, coming up right now. We want to congratulate two high school students who have been extremely successful as members of the Business Professionals of America organization. From Weslaco East High School, we have Brianna Villarreal, as she was elected as historian for the state of Texas BPA. She also qualified for the national competition after winning second place in health leadership. From Weslaco High School, Luis Salazar qualified for the national BPA competition and won second place in Java programming. We are proud to have WISD represented at the state and national levels. Congratulations to these students. Next slide, please. Tonight, we want to congratulate our talented band and choir students who recently won silver and gold medals at the 2021 UIL Texas State Solo and Ensemble Contest. From Weslaco East High School Band, earning Division I superior rating and gold medal is Isabella Sanchez. Weslaco East High School Band Director is Mr. Armando Guayar. From Weslaco High School, earning Division II excellent rating and silver medal is Emily Van Tilburg. Division I superior rating, gold medalists are Raymond Sanchez, Anthony Ortiz, Ryan Rivera, Fernando Perez. Earned a gold and a silver medal, Oliver Serrano. Weslaco High School Band Director is Rodrigo Leal. Next slide, please. At Weslaco High School Orchestra, we have a student there who competed at the UIL Texas State Solo and Ensemble competition and earned a silver medal. Congratulations goes out to Fernando Perez. Weslaco High School Orchestra Director is Iram Leal. Weslaco High School choir students also competed at the UIL State Solo and Ensemble competition and earned the following: silver medalist Raina Johnson, silver medalist Roman Handy, gold medalist Iris Acevedo. Congratulations to our students, and let's recognize the choir director from Weslaco High School, Armando Morales. Next slide, please. Tonight, we also want to congratulate the Weslaco High School Mariachi Pantera. They recently earned a Division I superior rating at the UIL Region 28 Mariachi competition on May 29th, 2021. This advanced them to the UIL State Mariachi competition, which will take place June 18th through the 19th, 2021 in Seguin, Texas. Weslaco Mariachi Pantera members are, congratulations to these students, Caitlin Burciaga, Daniela De Leon, Beyonce Gomez, Ismael Guerrero, Marlene Guzman, Maria Hernandez, Gabriela Oliva, Anthony Ortiz, Fernando Perez, and Randy Torres. Also, would like to congratulate their sponsor, Mariachi Pantera Director is Emily Bravo. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're going to congratulate the Weslaco High School drill team, the Dreamettes. This group of young ladies recently earned a Division I superior rating from the entire judging panel at the 2021 Valley Dance Educators Evaluation. Our students are Victoria Acosta, Catherine Cavazos, Areli Garcia, Emily Garcia, Alexa Garza, Haley Herrera, Shelby Lara, Kaylee Luna, Alexis Perez, Mia San Miguel, Marisol Gonzalez, who's the social officer, Jaylin Navares, also social officer, Esperanza Jaramillo, second lieutenant, Vianney Rios, first lieutenant, Ariana Sepulveda, captain, and the major is Rebecca Matias. Congratulations, girls. Also a shout out to the team sponsor, Raquel Rico. Next slide, please. This month, we have the recipient of the WISD A+ Award, and this is someone who stepped up to help those in need while helping students understand what community service is all about. This individual has contributed to the growth, success, and improvement of the Weslaco East High School Ag and FFA programs. Through his work, Weslaco East High School obtained grant monies from the National FFA organization to fund the cultivation of 4 acres of vegetables. Students learned how to grow and harvest vegetables during the pandemic and were able to donate the produce to local food banks, churches, and restaurants. This teacher also helped raise awareness on hunger and nutrition through collaborative work with the city, teaching his FFA students valuable lessons about serving people in need. From Weslaco East High School, the A+ Employee of the Month for May is John Romo. Congratulations. And that concludes our accolades.
Congratulations to all our students who were recognized this evening, and for our A+ employee, Mr. Romo. Well done. Thank you. Next item, we got proclamations. That also you, Mr. Rubello?
Yes. Mr. Rafael, this is the proclamations.
We got a couple of
We have 2
proclamations.
this month.
We got a couple of them. We'll go through these real quick. The first one is for Public School Paraprofessionals Day. Whereas there are more than 700 individuals employed by Weslaco ISD as paraprofessionals personnel, and whereas paraprofessionals personnel provide quality service and perform indispensable roles in the education of Weslaco ISD students, and whereas across the district, paraprofessionals transport students to schools, keep our schools safe, clean, and well-maintained, operate our school offices efficiently, and keep records properly, serve nutritious meals, and provide quality instruction assistance. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, President of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 12th, 2021 as Public School Paraprofessionals Day. One more proclamation. This is National Police Week. Whereas members of the law enforcement agencies of the City of Weslaco, Hidalgo County Sheriff's Department, Hidalgo Precinct 1 Constable's Office play an important role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of our community. And whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their policing departments, and that members of our school district recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, protecting them against violence or disorder, and protecting the innocent against deception and weak against oppression or intimidation. Therefore, Armando Cuellar, President of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim May 9th through the 16th, 2021 as National Police Week.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Carlos. And, just to add to that, thank you to all our paraprofessionals. This is much deserved recognition. You all have been there from day one, in the midst of a pandemic. Whatever was asked of you all, from your campus, you all were there, and thank you very much for that. Secondly, our police officers and our law enforcement, thank you for putting your lives on the line and being there to keep us safe, our community safe, and our schools and campuses safe there. So thank you very much. Next item, got public comments. Any public comments? Do you want to go in? Okay. So now I will entertain a motion to change the order of the agenda in order to go into executive session to discuss item H, 11H, and the rest of executive order items.
Right, so we'll need to read those items.
Read those items there, okay. So
We need the motion.
we need a motion first?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have a motion?
Make a motion to reorganize today's agenda and go into executive session first.
So I've got a motion by Coach Jesse Trevino and a second by Andrew Gonzalez. Any discussion with that? We'll take it to a vote. And let's see, Andrew Gonzalez,
Aye.
Jackie Sustaita,
Aye.
Mark De Los Santos,
Aye.
Coach Jesse Trevino.
Aye.
Motion passes. So we will go into the closed meeting to discuss A, personnel matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. Item 1, employment of personnel, certified professional and non-contractual personnel. 2, resignations and retirements. 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071. Discussion on rescinding the proposed non-renewal of employee on term contract. Superintendent's recommendation for the position of Director of Guidance and Counseling, College Career and Military Readiness. B, deliberation regarding acquisition of real property, Texas Government Code 551.072. 1, deliberation regarding the purchase, sale, exchange, lease, or value of real property, more particularly described as 0.092 acres out of southeast corner of Farm Tract 134 of West Tract Subdivision, Llano Grande Grant, Hidalgo County, Texas, as authorized by Texas Government Code 551.072. Real estate transaction, May 1980, or is that?
That's correct.
And C, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation, B, a settlement offer, or C, a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Texas Government Code 551.071. And finally, 1, discussion with Weaver and Tidwell audit representatives on progress of forensic audit. The time is now 5:58, and we will go into executive session.
Just waiting for Jesse.
Okay. It is now 7:53 and we are back in open meeting, item 13. Before we move on, let the minutes reflect that Mr. Nieto joined at 6:13 PM. So item A, possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed meeting. A1, discussion and possible action on new employment, certified professional and non-contractual personnel.
So Board of Trustees, I recommend that you approve the recommendations of certified professional and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
So move. Second.
Do we have any discussion?
No discussion.
And let's take it to a vote. As I call your name, please vote yes or no. And Andrew Gonzalez,
Aye.
Jackie Sustaita,
Aye.
Mark De Los Santos. Aye. Coach Nieto.
Aye.
Coach Trevino. Aye. Motion passed. And item A2, discussion possible action on resignations, retirements. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, I'm recommending that you approve the resignations and retirements of certified professional personnel as discussed in closed session.
Move.
Second.
Second, Mr. Trevino.
I have a motion by Mr. De Los Santos and a second by Mr. Trevino.
Yes, sir.
Any discussion? And let's take it to a vote. Mr. Andrew Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mrs. Jackie Sustaita,
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos. Aye. Coach Nieto
Aye.
and Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 3, discussion possible action on rescinding the proposed non-renewal of employee on term contract.
Board of Trustees, I'm asking that you approve the rescinding of the proposed non-renewal of employee on term contract for the 2021-2022 school year, AG.
So move.
We got Mr. De Los Santos and Mr. Gonzalez. Motion by Mr. De Los Santos and a second by Mr. Gonzalez. And we'll take it to a vote. Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita,
Aye.
De Los Santos. Aye. Coach Nieto
Aye.
and Coach Trevino.
Aye.
And next item, discussion and possible action on superintendent's recommendation for the position of Director of Guidance and Counseling, College, Career, and Military Readiness. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I'm asking that you approve the recommendation of the Director of Guidance and Counseling, College, Career, and Military Readiness, and that person is Ms. Cynthia F. Sid.
So move.
Make the motion.
Mr. Trevino.
Second.
I got motion by Mr. Trevino and second by Mr. De Los Santos. And all those, well, let's see here. Let's go take it to a vote. Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mr. Sustaita,
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos. Aye. Nieto
Aye.
and Coach Trevino.
Aye.
And last item here, discussion and possible action on the purchase, sale, exchange, lease, or value of real property, more particularly described as 0.092 acres at a southeast corner of Farm Track 134 of West Track Subdivision, Llano Grande Grant, Hidalgo County, Texas, as authorized by Texas Government Code 551.072, real estate transaction, May of 1980.
So as discussed in closed session, this is up for your approval.
So move.
Got a motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Mr. De Los Santos. Any discussion? Take it to a vote. Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Sustaita,
Aye.
De Los Santos. Aye. Coach Nieto
Aye.
and Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Okay, so we will go back to, we left up on superintendent's report, Dr. Canales?
Yes, Yes, sir. We have two items on our superintendent's report. The first one is student enrollment in ADA, and the second is the public notice of our intent to apply for the 2020-2022 CRRSA ESSER 2 federal grant. For the first section of the presentation, we do have our student enrollment and ADA numbers that we'll display shortly. Next slide. Okay, for ADA, at the 34th week of enrollment in the 2020 school year, we had 17,139. Same week, 2021, we had 16,479. That's a difference of 660 students. The average daily attendance in 2020, 34th week, was 15,227. For 2021, it was 15,089. That's 97.06% for 2020 and 94.19% for ADA. Next slide. You can see the breakdown by campuses. Our difference is 498 decrease for elementary schools, 102 decrease in enrollment for middle schools. High schools were up 117, and our Elf Academy was down 128. That accounts for the 660 plus a 49 in alternative. And for ADA, you can see that our elementary schools were at 97.51 in 2020, 93.82 in 2021. Our middle schools were at 97.22% in 2020 and 96.87% in 2021. And our high schools were at 95.78 last year, and this year we ended at 93.17%. So the district was 97.06% last year, 94.19% this year. Next slide. Our district was budgeted on 15,200 students for average daily attendance. The actual ADA generated by student attendance for this school year was 14,986, below the budgeted amount, the one we use for our budget. But the ADA achieved through the Texas Education Agency's hold harmless provisions is 15,616. Next slide.
Ma'am, I had a question.
Okay.
While you're getting that slide ready,
Sarah,
looking at the ADA and looking at the drop, knowing that it's at elementary, what grade levels within elementary are we looking at as far as where are we losing kids? In other words, like I know we graduate kids every single year. We bring in kids also through our kinder programs and whatnot, and they feed into the upper grade levels. So
right.
do you see it as is it sporadic across all like K through 5, or is it just concentrated as far as you're seeing a drop in enrollment at the lower, like in our kinder programs, or?
Yeah,
And if so, what's
in
the
our
plan of
pre-K.
action, or?
You can talk, Mr. Red, pre-KK.
That's what we noticed, the majority of the losses as far as enrollment, it was with pre-K.
Right.
And also with kids. We saw that kind of thing. 40 were,
Okay,
we had some pockets of the other grades, but it's predominantly pre-K.
right. Kids are cycling out and we're not bringing, and they're not coming back in. It's more, we're seeing it. And so
Right,
like, what
and-
is the like plan of action,
It-
marketing, or?
Right, marketing, it could have been too, because of the pandemic, because
Okay.
across the state, they saw the lower grades, pre-K and K, not attending on a regular basis or even enrolling.
Okay,
And, once you start school, that's when the state compulsory laws begin for students. So it's a marketing campaign. We're ready. We're back.
Right.
The benefits of being in school. And just, moving from there, the registration process has been ongoing with the phone calls and with the, focused attention on some of those lower grades as well.
thank you.
So we did follow up with Ms. Luna. She's assisting with
Oh.
the ELF program. The enrollment is starting to increase already. We're seeing some gains compared to what we had last year. So we're seeing those numbers move up.
Okay,
We'll continue pushing that and
all right.
efforts moving forward.
Thank you, sir.
And most districts had a decline in pre-KK where the parents kept them home.
Right.
Because of the COVID. So that was in every district.
They may have been shy to put them on a computer.
Correct.
from home.
Now that we're on that just topic, because I don't see it coming up anywhere else, and I think I had asked before, I'm getting a lot of phone calls of, are the kids going back to school fully with no social distancing, and are they wearing uniforms? That's one of the main two questions I keep getting over and over. Have we, there's no more social distancing in August? Are the classrooms fully back to normal?
The classrooms, we're waiting. The rules are, we're going to still say practice social distancing when we can. We're not going to be specific about the feet, whether it's 3 feet or 6 feet. The state, from what I understand, the state with the CDC will not come out with new guidelines for schools for the fall semester till late July, or we said early August. But we're going to still plan with the same message. With the governor's orders, we don't have to wear the mask. We're going to do the frequent hand washing, practice social distancing. Cover, your mouth to cough. We still plan to have desk shields for the beginning of the school and some other practices into place. So we know that's important. The other thing is we know about the uniforms. Last year in the student handbook, there is the board approved just for 1 year, the waiving of uniforms due to COVID-19. We did get feedback from our principals today that was due tomorrow, because we know we need to get that information out sooner than later. Our plans are to have that and share it with the Board of Trustees on Monday when we meet at our workshop, so that we can move on. And we know that our parents are, want to start planning for school, and we're going to get the supply list ready, so we're ready to go. And then we do have to have it's not called the Back to School Action Plan, the continuity plan for next year. With the in-school, we have to have all that ready. We're going to put something out with a caveat that if the state, TA, or CDC comes out with some guidelines that are different, that we will update it then. Those are some good questions. Still don't think do we have the sound? I think we need to move on with the sound. Okay. Okay, so for the next part of the superintendent's report, we do have the ESSER 2. I'd like to thank Mr. Garlick. Mr. Garlick is the federal programs director. He leads several of the titles, and he has done a lot of work with staff for ESSER 3 and ESSER 2. So Mr. Garlick, would you like to approach the podium? And he will be presenting on the ESSER 2. This is our public notice that Weslaco ISD does intend to apply for ESSER 2. ESSER 2 is following ESSER 3 in terms of the chronological order for applications. So, Mr. Garlick.
Good evening, board members. Dr. Canales. ESSER 2, if you get the next slide, please. Yeah, as Dr. Canales mentioned, although it's number 2, it actually came out after 3 because of the state holding it back to decide they were going to hold funds back. Just some information on the objectives of it: to use the funds to prevent, prepare, and respond to COVID-19 pandemic, including impact on socio-emotional mental health, as well as academic needs of students. Very similar to ESSER 3. Unlike ESSER 3, there is no reservation of funds. ESSER 3, you've got to keep 20% held for learning loss. That does not apply to ESSER 2, but it has other than that, it has the same basic spending guidelines as ESSER 3. ESSER 1, 2, and 3, all of them are shared. So if you can purchase it under one, you can purchase it under any of the others. Next slide. I'm just reviewing the process we go through, identifying needs, and a lot of that work was done under ESSER 3. As we went through the process with stakeholders identifying needs, we're going to keep that information because there's some things that we couldn't fund under ESSER 3, and we're going to look at those first under ESSER 2. We allocate the funding based on the needs, submit the application, carry out the program, and then go back to evaluate its effectiveness. This ESSER 2 actually will end a year before ESSER 3. Next slide. The funding is available going back to March 13th of last year up until with the carryover, the September of 2023, and that should be September 30th. It's a typo on my part. The total award for Weslaco ISD, $28.143 million. Of that, we're going to have to approximately give up about $4.5 million. That's from the ADA hold harmless, which was discussed earlier. And then indirect costs, that's about another $500,000, leaving us with $23.108 million
to work on the needs of the district under ESSER 2. Next slide. I'm looking at a rough timeline. We got notified on 4 June as that Friday, the ESSER 2 application came out. Tonight we're doing the intent to apply. We'll be meeting with department chairs and principals over the next basically 2 weeks to go through the things that we had left from ESSER 3 and any additional needs that get identified, so that we can come back and basically bring this back to the board at the July meeting so we can get it submitted before we go on close for July. That's the timeline we're looking at right now. Next slide. That concludes ESSER 2 application intent to apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gart. So now we move on to consent agenda, item 9. Y'all a few minutes, a few seconds to take a look at that. See if there's any items that we need to pull. We do need to pull item A, correct? So item A will be pulled.
Did you say A or AA?
Item A,
Okay.
the first one.
I would like to see if we can pull for discussion item AA out.
Okay, let me go ahead and hold on. I'm giving everybody a few seconds, Jackie, before we.
Oh, okay.
go on to
Okay.
it. Okay, so you all ready? So it's Mr. Gonzalez, you have anything you need to pull?
No.
Okay, Jackie, your turn. Anything to pull?
Yes, item AA.
Number 8. I'm assuming.
Approval of extensions of proposal awards. If we can pull out number 1.
You're saying AA number 1?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Was that the only one, Jackie?
For me, yes.
Mr. Dos Santos?
Item Y.
And Nieto?
Item FF, just for information.
FF? And Costa Rica?
No, they've listed all the ones.
Okay, now we have a motion to approve the consent agenda
So move.
with the exception of AA1, FF, and Y.
Correct.
Motion by Mr. Nieto and second by Mr. De Los Santos. Any discussion on that? We'll take it to a vote. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Coach Nieto?
Aye.
And Coach Trevino? So we'll start with you, Jackie.
Okay, let me look to see what I did with it. The reason why I'm asking for information to pull AA out is because I believe that we had posted online for the vacancy of a full-time occupational therapist. And here we are recommending to extend the proposal for 3 consultants for OT.
Mr. Neal?
Mrs. Taita, so we did post, we are in the process of posting for the OTR, and Mr. Neil Garza can speak to the consultants, the extra consultants.
Yes, because even with the posting of the position and the 1 certified occupational therapist assistant we have, that wouldn't be enough to take care of the entire caseload.
So that's why we're recommending 3. We need 3, not just 1, because of the caseload.
Well, 2 years ago, when we went through the process, that's how it played out, and that's how it was approved at that time. And so it was approved for 2 years with a 1-year extension. And at this point, I don't know that we can go back on that with respect to how it was approved 2 years ago. So the feeling I have is, let's get through this year, and then at the end of the year, then we'd have to, at that point, either make a determination that we'd get fully staffed, additional staffing to take care of all our needs at that point, or start from ground zero with a request for proposals.
Okay. That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garza.
You're welcome.
Or
Thank you.
can we possibly hire another occupational therapist?
We're actually looking to hire one. At this point, our recommendation would be let's play it out this year this way, where our staff can roughly take care of about half of the caseload, and we can write it out with the recommendation we have with respect to the companies finishing out this year. And at that point, we can see how many kids came back, what our needs are at that point, as well as looking at, do we want to move in the direction you're suggesting, or do we want to go out for a request for proposals?
I just want to make sure whatever's most cost effective. You know, I've glanced at some of the invoices that were being charged by these companies or by this particular company. So, I mean, that's my concern. Would it be more cost effective to hire an additional to the one that we're already looking to hire?
I know Mr. Sanchez and myself, we've taken a pencil to it, and that's not necessarily the case, Mr. Trevino.
Mr. Garza, is this the money that Mr. Trevino is talking about for cost effectiveness, just like SHARS will you cover certain things, they also cover consultant fees, correct? If it's, of course, for the kids. SHARS will cover this also?
That's correct, Mrs. Taita. As long as everything's in place, that's something that could be reimbursed.
Okay, and with the history that you've had with all these therapists, they have been diligent and careful about turning in required paperwork in order for us to claim that money back from the government?
They'll turn in whatever we ask them to turn in. Now, granted, there's potentially other issues, because when you start looking at SHARS, there's a number of other issues, and maybe not necessarily related to them. You could have kids who don't have the Medicaid. You could have circumstances where parents, they're not obligated to provide consent. And so it's more to it than perhaps a company making a determination they're not going to do anything. They've chosen not to do something. My experience is they'll do what we ask them to do.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garza.
Thank you.
So we got, let's see, Coach Nieto, is that the FF?
FF, just for your information, Dr. Canales, this is a one-time modification for summer school pay, correct?
Correct. I'm going to pull my FF, which.
Okay.
So,
It's way in the back.
I have it wrong. So for FF, this is the administration recommending making a one-time only increase to the 2020-2021 summer pay scale hourly pay rates as shown in the table. So
It includes all staff members
it
that
includes
are
all
working summer
staff
school.
members working summer school. And I believe there are 601 staff members working summer school.
Okay. So that means it's going to be retroactive for the beginning of summer school, or just for these 9 days?
It's for the remaining 7 days due to COVID-19 relief. That's what it's for.
I'm glad that this occurred, because a lot of summer school teachers or staff didn't want to work summer, but it gives it a little bit more of incentive. So thank you.
You're welcome.
And next item.
I have a question just on some of the amounts. You know, I see counselor, middle school counselor. There's a significant difference there. Is there a particular reason why, the workload or something, or the number of kids we're servicing? I also noticed your campus instructional facilitator less than your counselor. So there's some discrepancies there that, just some differences that I'd like to see why this, why we came up with this chart. I know some other ones are down at the bottom. You have your administrators, which are less than your counselors.
Correct. They're with the campus instructional facilitators. So Mr. Sanchez and his staff worked on some of the numbers for this, the calculations based upon the percentages from the first approval. That was back in April or May when we approved the first amount. So Mr. Sanchez can offer more information on this.
Yes. Mr. Trevino, on some of those items, when, especially administrators, when the amount is less, it's because they are currently under contract. So if they're already in the contract, they don't get paid for those days. It's after the contract ends that start helping with summer school. Those are the number of days that we consider for the rate. That's what the difference is like that.
But for example, aren't the counselors under contract right now still?
See, the counselors only work, they're gonna work 11 days on the summer school. Out of the days that we have, out of 16 days, they
Your
only work
administrators
11.
are-
Yeah, because they're still under contract for this
Right.
school year.
You mentioned also the facilitators. They only work 4 days, the last week of the summer school.
Because
The
they're still
first 3
under
weeks,
contract.
they're on the contract, right?
Correct.
And you all have like grade recovery, credit recovery programs going on summer. Somebody needs to collect that documentation and put those grades.
Yes.
We good with that?
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you.
And so I think the last item, was it why, Mr. De Los Santos?
Yes, for letter Y, I just wanted to ask for clarification with the Valley Risk Consulting as far as what is the, I guess, what would I say, what is the benefit to renew a contract like this? Because we have Mr. De La Rosa who handles, those items, and he's very seasoned and he's an expert in that area. So what do they bring to the table as far as Valley Risk Consulting? Because we've had multiple workshops and presentations done. And like I said, I've usually just heard Mr. De La Rosa, so I want to know, what does Valley Risk Consulting do?
So Valerie, there's a list of scope of services. Mr. Rosa, do you want to add? Do you have a list?
Yes, thank you, Mr. De Los Santos, for your confidence. Again, they assist my department with the items you see here under their scope of services. As you do know, I oversee other departments in the district, and they also are a valuable second pair of eyes in evaluating these contracts, because of course you can know they can be very, very complex.
And that's a set fee that we're going to pay them. It doesn't increase no matter how many times we have to call
That
on
is
them.
that is correct, sir.
Okay, is it locked in?
Yes, sir.
All right.
My question, my concern or my question here would be, I know we previously met with you, Mr. La Rosa, and you mentioned that we're one of a few districts that has your position as far as risk management.
No, sir. Most of the, in fact, the majority of the 6A districts have somebody in my position. That's correct.
Okay, so I guess I'm along the lines from what you are familiar. I mean, I saw the employee benefits of having the consultant, but I mean, a lot of these duties here fall under should fall under your description. So for me, is why are we paying you and then having to pay consultant?
Again, the second pair of eyes to look at all these things, again, and I do oversee multiple departments, the position in other districts, that's all they do is concentrate on employee benefits. But again, for liability purposes, it is very good to have, a professional and independent consultant with his own Arizona emissions insurance. So that way, if anything goes awry, we could always, hold those individuals accountable for those types of actions. But for the price of the service, it's actually very, very reasonable for their scope of services compared to other school districts that hire consultants, and Mr. Garza is in several other districts in the Valley, or Valley Risk Consulting, and we're getting a very competitive rate with this price here.
Are you? What have we paid in the prior years? For example, this past year.
Again, we've negotiated this set rate for the last, I believe, 3 years. Before that, we paid anywhere between $80,000 to $100,000 a year, depending on how much work, depending on their scope of services, where they charge an hourly fee or a set fee. So this is over, if you go back between the last, say, 10 years with the different consultants we've had in this position. So this is the most reasonable proposal that we've had.
When's the last time that we went out for proposals?
It's about 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
No, correct that. Maybe 5.
No, the reason I'm asking also is too, so that clarity is, you're right. You do have additional departments that you oversee, like transportation and security and things like that. So that's why I wanted to know if it was just the additional assistance to oversee the documentation, and do they monitor the performance as well, or is that just what you do?
And Mr. De Los Santos, also the COVID has over the last years has been taking the majority of my time, the COVID response tracking and release. So yes, they do monitor. Again, there are 2 RFPs that are going on right now, the stop loss and the pharmacy benefit manager. We also have discussed with the board the possibility of international pharmacy to help curb the cost of drugs for the district and the employees. So once we get all that awarded and installed, then that would be his next project, would be to oversee the overseas pharmacy market, if you will. So there's a lot we can do with him for this price. I think it's very advantageous to the district, in my opinion.
Just to understand correctly, because I want to understand the duties of the Valley Risk Consulting. It's just for a second set of eyes. Is that what we need them for, or what are exactly the duties?
Again, if you look over the scope of services, they assist us with the request of RFPs, assist us with the development of proposal qualifications for all lines of coverage. There's a wide variety of things that they do. They assist us with the negotiation of rates for multi-years. It's just, recently, of course, with our contract issues that we had with our TPA, we're able to get those resolved very quickly with his assistance.
Don't we also have 3 other agents though that are helping us, or many other agents that are helping us with that?
The duty of an agent and the duty of a consultant are 2 totally different things. The consultant makes recommendations on behalf of the district. We compensate the consultant for his, independent recommendations. He's not tied to any insurance carriers. He does not receive any commissions from any insurance carriers. And I do believe that Mr. Garza is on, and so that way he can address to any of those questions and go into more of his scope of services and his expertise. So I don't know, Mr. Garza, are you on? No, maybe not. He was, I guess. And I do believe that Mr. Garza is on. I see him.
Oh, there he is.
I am. Can you hear me? Because I'm having some technical issues here. I'm actually on my cell phone.
We can hear you, Roger.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
I see him.
Yes, I'm having some technical issues. Can y'all hear me? I can't hear y'all.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Garza.
He can't hear you. So maybe he's in chat.
We can hear you,
Or text.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Garza?
I really don't have any questions for Mr. Garza in particular. I would like to table this item, make a motion to table this, and so we can further discuss this. And
A
then,
second.
so
We got a motion by Coach Trevino to table item Y on the consent.
Yeah.
A second by Mrs. Sustaita.
Yes.
Any further discussion on that?
I would recommend that on the next board meeting, he can provide the information on the questions that we need, which will be the following, hopefully the next Monday.
All right, we'll go ahead and take it to the vote. Signify your response by saying yes or no. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Coach Nieto?
Aye.
And Coach Trevino.
aye.
Okay, now for consent agenda items AA1 and FF.
So move to approve.
Oops, sorry. I was going to say if we could table IAA to talk with Mr. Garza over a lot of concerns that special ed people have reached out to me for, and also just on the business side of invoices and things that I would like to speak about.
So Mr. Sustaita, I've got a motion by Coach Nieto. So let's do that one first. Do we have a second?
A second.
Your second? So I have a motion by Coach Nieto to approve items AA1 and FF, and a second by Mr. De Los Santos.
Oh, wait, no.
Okay.
I got confused here. I thought we were moving to.
So I think we first need to handle this one, right, Mr. Sepulveda? Okay. So Mr. De Los Santos rescinded his motion. Do we have anybody else?
So I can amend my motion just to approve FF.
Just FF?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay.
The FF.
Correct.
FF. Any further discussion on that? We'll take it to a vote. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Coach Nieto?
Aye.
And Coach Trevino?
Aye.
And now, okay, Jackie, so we can move forward with your motion, Jackie?
Yes, I make a motion to table item AA number 1.
Okay, got a motion by Jackie Sustaita. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this one?
And I guess, Mr. Staita, for information purposes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so hopefully also for Monday's board meeting, that information can be provided by Mr. Garza.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay, we'll take this one to the vote. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Coach Nieto?
Aye.
And Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Okay. So that's consent agenda. Now we move on to item 10, discussion items. Dr. Canales?
So for discussion item A, it's discussion review of the Weslaco ISD ESSER 3 America Rescue Plan grant application. So on April 28, 2021, districts and charter schools in Texas received correspondence to apply for funds appropriated to the state of Texas for public education purposes under the American Rescue Plan Act through the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief 3 ESSER 3 Fund. Funds are being provided supplemental to all other funding sources to school systems and will not be supplanted at the state level. School systems should use these funds to respond to the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, and to address student learning loss as a result of COVID-19. Weslaco ISD is eligible to apply for over $63 million. As part of the ESSER grant application process, superintendents must brief their boards on the one-time nature of these federal funds. We've taken several steps beginning on April the 29th, 2021, that included initial frequently asked questions review by district department heads. On May 4th, by principals. On May 11th, a protocol meeting to review allowable and non-allowable expenditures, data collection, needs assessment, and assessment and prioritization process. On May 11th, our intent to apply for the ESSER 3 was presented to the school board. On May 11th through the 21st, we did a lot of data gathering and planning meetings. On May 21st, we had a Weslaco community meeting at our PAC to explain the ESSER 3 grant and the process to the community. May 21st to the 31st, we did do surveys to gather data from stakeholders. We had over 2,000 stakeholders respond to that survey. On May the 25th, we met with our district advisory committee to gather their information. On June 3rd, we met with department chairs and principals to begin prioritizing. On June 8th, We met with department chairs and principals to finalize the needs for the grant. On June 10th, we went to DAC again and to review and finalize grant recommendations. 2/3 of the representatives on DAC are teachers, and they're elected by their peers. On June 14th, today, we're presenting the grant recommendations to you, our Board of Trustees, and for our community, and we plan to submit the ESSER 3 grant application by June 30th. So again, Mr. Garlick has been spearheading this along with Dr. Garcia. Mr. Garlick does have experience with federal programs. Stakeholders that we've involved include students, family members, school administrators, district administrators, teachers, principals, and school staff. We've also had representatives from the disability rights organizations, the civil rights organizations, children with disabilities, English language learning students, homeless children, foster students, migrant students, and incarcerated students. So Mr. Garlick does have a presentation on ESSER 3 that we'd like to present to our Board of Trustees. Mr. John Garlick.
Good evening again. Thank you. Board members, Dr. Canales. I do want to also thank all the staff and community and everybody who helped provide feedback, because there was a lot involved in this. As you can see, and you have a paper copy of the slides if you're there also. There were 2,110 responses to our survey, which went out, and I'm just going to review the survey data real quickly so you can kind of see where that's all coming from. 94% respondents in English, 6% in Spanish. Next slide. There you have a breakdown of the respondents, and people were eligible to select more than one category. Unlike most federal grants, you can be in more than one category for the ESSER 3. You can see 56% of the respondents were parents, all the way down to 0.1% being a foster parent, and everything in between. So as far as getting feedback from our community. Next, we've got the results, kind of how the survey results broke down. The people taking the survey could strongly agree, neutral, disagree, or strongly disagree. And I basically have it broken down there. Everybody on the agree side and everybody on the disagree side, they're in order from which item had the most support to the least support. So you'll see there, 91% agreed that we need to look at our facilities and upgrades and repairs. 89% on students and staff on personal hygiene and sanitation. Air purification systems, 89% support. Providing PPE, personal protective equipment, was at 86%. Upgrading the district HVAC systems, 85% support for that. Continuing on, automatic temperature screening had an 83% support. Additional nursing support was at 82%. School security, 82%. Providing socio-emotional supports was at 81%. And in-school vaccination clinics were down to 64% support. In the learning area, starting at the top there, 93% of the respondents supported more small group instruction. 82% improving student home wireless access. Student tutorials at 81%, instructional coaching at 76%, and upgrades to the library at 76%. The district one-to-one computer initiative is 76% support there. Dyslexia training, 74. Staff technology integration training at 72. After-school programs, 71%. And then a staff retention / recruiting stipend at 66%. Also, staff reading academies had 66% on support. It starts to drop after that. Summer school opportunities was at 55%, extended day at 53%, and very little support for extending the school year. 52% said disagree or strongly disagree on making the school year longer. We then had, after all of the data and all of the discussions with department chairs, principals, everything, we took the things we came up with to the district advisory committee, which had, in addition to the district advisory committee, we had some students there from the superintendent's advisory committee, as well as some administrators and department heads were also present. There were 77 people who voted, who were there, gave feedback. 24 of them were official, the DAC representatives. We reviewed the expenditure plan, which I'm going to share with you shortly, and it was 100% agreement on that. We also discussed on whether we should have a stipend of some sort. Next slide. This is the breakdown on the ESSER funds, and you have a fact sheet up there also in addition to the slides. Our award, 63.205 million. Pre-award, these are expenditures between March 13th of last year up until we actually submit the grant. Right now, that's at 6.133 million. Although there is an agenda item tonight, item G, which if we decide to do that, we can also put that in our pre-award costs to get reimbursed for that. HVAC, we looked at the HVAC needs of the district after meeting with Mr. Medical Garza. It came out to, he was estimating it to be somewhere between 25 and 29 million to take care of all the HVAC needs of the district. We didn't think we could put all that into ESSER 3 initially, but we said, hey, up front, we can put at least 15 million into making sure we got good air quality in our schools. We did compare that with a couple of districts. I know Mr. Garza got a hold of Brownsville. They were putting about 60 million into HVAC, and Edinburgh was similarly doing a really heavy work on their HVAC systems. Indirect costs, that's the money the business office pulls out for doing all the stuff over the life of the grant that has to be done from warehouse to business office. The items that we're looking to recommend, 1.821 million were in the safety category. We've done a lot of purchases previously or in that pre-award costs to deal with safety issues. Learning loss, 29.923 million. There's a question mark on the staff retention stipend, which we're going to give you the information for y'all to discuss and make a decision on that later. Right now, there were some changes this afternoon on our pre-award costs. Right now, there's 9.126 million we have not allocated based on whether we have a stipend and if we have any other items we need to add. Next slide.
So, Mr. Garlick, the learning loss, I'm assuming is 20%.
The minimum, that's the minimum is 12.6 million we have to spend on learning loss. But, and when we say learning loss here, some of those won't qualify for the state, but we'll definitely exceed the 20% floor on learning loss.
Okay.
Next slide.
Going back to this one here.
Can you go back? Okay.
My concern and you know, well, I'm all for air purification and improving our, but I want to make sure we're not using these funds right here to correct something or something that should have been maintained throughout the you know, the years. I don't want to sit here and take away from, and I know there's $9 million remaining there, but I want to make sure that the focus is on providing resources, all educational, social, I mean, just all types of resources back to the school district, back to the campuses. That's where I want to make sure, you know, I noticed, I don't know if I was reading here, roofs and things like that as well. I think right now we've only gotten a portion of the students back. We really don't have a true understanding of how or what it's going to be like except in August when we do get them back. So, you know, whether we need to hire additional counselors, I don't know if that's part of something that we can utilize these funds for, hiring additional people there to be accessible to the students, you know, because I guarantee you, I mean, I know teachers or students are having, just like teachers themselves, are having a difficult time adjusting, coming back full force. Mentally, yes, hey, it's easy for us in our world to sit here, hey, well, just pick up where you left off in 2 years ago and you'll be fine. No, they've experienced something completely, you know, we got to find a way to bring these kids back out of that cave that they've been sitting in. I want to make sure we're utilizing these funds to provide proper resources, educational resources. We don't want to, I would hate to find out that you know, special ed department or any department sits there and submits bid or submits a request to purchase, make purchases, and they be denied because, oh no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this. I would just want to make sure we're using these funds to cover any necessary needs for all campuses.
And the a couple things here. The other needs that the different departments had that are not on here on this list, those are, we can still cover those under ESSER 2, which we're also going to be submitting. Now, as far as the HVAC, and I'll let Mr. Americo Garza add some clarification, but I can give you kind of when we had the discussions, is that it's really an air quality issue. We put purifiers in the classrooms, but we still need that circulation and that movement of air throughout the building. Over the years, yes, he's been replacing the units, the roof mounted units, but the problem is that the units in the mechanical rooms, which have been protected from the elements, but they're reaching the end of their life. So we do have some airflow issues, but I'll let Americo address that.
I had a quick question also, sir, before you step down.
Oh, I'm not.
But on the learning loss, I don't know if we're going to see it in the slides, but kind of piggybacking off of what Mr. Trevino was stating, that in the ESSER grant, when we're looking at the learning loss funding, it was a minimum of 20%. You said we're going to
12.6 million. Mm-hmm.
But in what activities? Because in most of the literature you have out there, it's evidence-based activities. So are we talking about direct instruction? Are we talking about?
We're going to go over all of the items. We have a long list of all the items. We're going to go over that in a little bit.
Okay.
And then let Mr.
Okay.
Garza answer the HVAC and we'll come back.
And for Mr. Garza, I'm sorry. Okay, well, Mr. Garza was going to ask, like, for air quality, I know that we're talking about the AC systems. Is there a MERV rating, like a goal that you're hoping to hit as far as like MERV 13, or what are we looking at as far as when we're upgrading AC systems and whatnot?
Yeah. So, and good evening, board members, Dr. Canales. Yeah. So as far as MERV ratings, we're talking about filtration. When it comes to filtration, the systems are designed for a certain type of resistance for the filter. So naturally, if we're talking anything closer to HEPA filtration, which is the gold standard of filtration, then we're talking about higher cost of systems because of the design of the motors and the blowers on those systems. So we try to come to a happy medium. The key thing is that we're trying to make sure that there's ventilation first and foremost, the outside air coming in, and that system is working, the outside air dampers for every unit. Okay. Since that was and is still part of the recommendations from the CDC and ASHRAE and all those entities that are involved. At one point, they did mention to try to open your windows when you can. Right. Unfortunately, in our climate and our weather, it's kind of hard to monitor that because we get constant, humid days, hot days. So the ideal situation is when you have a cool, dry day. That's the ideal situation to open up windows because you're not introducing humidity, but you're introducing only the cool air. And that's a good thing. So we want to make sure that the air is treated. And for that, if we increase the amount of outside air, then we need to increase the capacity of the cooling because we are adding load to the unit. So the key thing here is that we did an assessment of the district for all the needs. So we're looking at DX units, which are refrigerant-based units. That are average life we've estimated is about 15 years, give or take a couple of years. Some of these units are already, up there in 17, 18 years, 20 years, and we are considered lucky that they've lasted that long. In previous years, in trying to improve efficiencies, they've gone to different materials, the manufacturers, and now they've gone to what's called a condenser coil, which is the outside air unit on a split system. That is a micro-channel coil. So the materials that they're using are thinner, and to get better efficiencies of the units, they're larger units that they're using, and they're called a micro-channel. Unfortunately, with these systems, they're becoming disposable because it's very, very difficult to repair. So once we get into the 10-year life of that system, we get a leak. It's very difficult to repair that type of material. So we have to replace the coil itself with the condenser. And so those are the units that we're identifying. The first thing that I asked my staff when they asked me to replace a unit, I said, how old is it? So I go based on age. If it's less than half of its average life that we've already stipulated for those units and we've experienced, then I work with them and I tell them, you need to find a way to get it fixed. 'Cause I hate to throw away a unit that's barely 7 years old. Unfortunately, like I said, with these microchannel systems, they're very difficult to repair. But if it's a tube and fin that's considered tube and fin, a copper tube and the aluminum fin coils, then we can repair them in-house. So again, going back to your question, Mr. Trevino, as well, we are just addressing needs. On chill water systems, we're looking at, for example, Big Garza. There's air handlers out there, have been there since 1997 and even before then or so. Northbridge Memorial and Airport, there's schools that have their air handlers, as Mr. Garlick mentioned, that have been there since the schools were built in the early 90s. And again, that's because they've been in a mechanical room, which are protected from the elements. And so now they're at a point where we need to replace them. What we have been doing throughout the years is just replacing the outdoor portion of it. Now, the other thing that we're looking at as well is the phase out of the R22, which happened, in the late 2000, around 2007, 2008 or so it started. At this point, there's really no equipment that we know of that's being made with that type of refrigerant. So the EPA phased it out, and they prevented the manufacturing of the refrigerant because of the ozone depletion and so forth. And so now we're with what's called the 410A refrigerant. So everything's being made with that. So anything we have at R22, we try to buy parts to repair it. The refrigerant is pretty expensive because it's not being made anymore. So we're trying to get away from that as well. So by this time, those R22 units that we have are already at least 10 years old, 12 years old or so. So again, it's a plus or minus from 15 years on DX units. On chill water units, it lasts a little bit longer. But as we get corrosion setting in because of condensation or breaking the thermal barrier of the insulation, so forth, and we start drips on the chill water lines. And so that corrosion also takes its toll on the equipment. So we're just strictly looking at the needs. Anything that needs to be repaired, then we work on getting it repaired. Yes.
So, so these are pretty much end of life situations with
Yes.
these units. Now, if we didn't have the ESSER grant, Mr. Sanchez, this would be coming out of what, fund balance? Or this or a loan?
Yeah. So we're looking at needs that if we have the funds and they're available, then we'd like to get them addressed. Otherwise, they're coming up either way. So the funds have to come from somewhere in the future, right?
And it's a benefit, one, health-wise, because we're increasing the circulation, the air circulation within the building, and plus we're also taking care of needs, like I
Yes.
said, that we've identified that are right around
And
the
just to
corner.
give you another piece of information, information is coming in. So I was texting colleagues from other districts. Harlingen, I don't have the details, but the text that came in was 15 million for HVAC out of 45. So I'm not sure if their award is 45 or what my colleague meant over there. But he's saying 15 million for HVAC. That's what they're doing.
That was the award.
The award was 45?
Well, it was more than that, but.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what he meant by the 45, but he did say 15 million for HVAC.
It's coming up for HVAC.
Okay.
Mr. Garza, the expense that we made when we approved those air purifier units in the classrooms, do we even need those now? I mean, what do we need those for if we're going to be doing this?
Well, see, the air purifiers are strictly cleaning the air, Mr. Staita, and there's no cooling out of those units. So we're trying to address the cooling portion of the air conditioning systems. The purifiers are literally just cleaning and scrubbing the air out of any micro components in the air, any microorganisms that are in the air. Yes.
Okay, I guess I had the same concerns with Trevino. Is I want to make sure it's pandemic related and not some just, we're going to repair it because it was broken from years ago. But I do see the benefit, the health benefit, of course. But I was wondering, how do those air purifiers come into the equation? But they're the scrubbers and the cleaners, and the HVAC is what makes everything cool.
Right. So again, the tie into the pandemic is the ventilation. So the air conditioning systems are by design. They do have to bring in some outside air. Even before the pandemic, because of CO2 levels, trying to make sure that we kept them in check, regulations kept fluctuating. And I'm saying not frequently, but they would adjust them based on energy. So it was a give and take. We want to make sure that CO2 stays in check. But if you bring in too much outside air, that was before the pandemic, then we're spending a lot of money on energy. So in trying to become energy efficiency, they would tighten the amount of outside air per person, per occupant that was being brought in. Otherwise, more outside air, more cooling capacity to make sure that you're treating that outside air. So it was a give and take, but now we're back to, okay, open it up and bring in more outside air. So that's gonna increase the capacity of the cooling to make sure that we're treating the outside air for humidity as well.
Is there a maintenance plan, long-term maintenance plan type? Yeah, obviously, as you explained, we're taking advantage of this ESSER funds.
Yeah.
But is there a long-term maintenance plan where we either tackle campus per campus, year by year?
Yes, sir. To answer your question, we do this every summer. So there's coil cleaning that takes place every summer to make sure that we eliminate any freezing of coils and so forth because of lack of airflow.
No, but what I mean, Americo, is more about, replacing the system at Ibarra because it's been
Yes.
there, it's on its 12th year, 13th year.
Yes.
Do we have something in place for that?
Well, yeah, we measure, and that's where I get together with Mr. Sanchez whenever we come to that point where we measure the life of the systems. We're keeping track of them. And once we get to that point where 13 years or so, we're saying, okay, yeah, we need to start planning for this because it could be another year. It could be, months. It could be 4 or 5 years down the road. But we need to have that plan in place in the budgeting. So that's when I start talking to Mr. Sanchez about funds for projects. And then we follow the process of bringing it to the board for approval of the project itself.
Okay.
Mr. Garza, I know that you said about the opening windows, and there's a lot of schools. I know Sam Houston, Cuellar, these schools that don't have any windows that you can open. I guess maybe like the older schools like Memorial, they have windows that you can push open. But these newer schools actually are the ones that don't have too many windows that you can open. Is that something that we should be looking into, or the HVAC and the air purifiers will take care of it? Because I saw on the other items that it said infrastructure, or that was one of the biggest percentages that people voted on the survey, was to redesign or look at the infrastructure of the buildings. Are we looking into any of that, or we're just going to leave it as is?
Well, as far as addressing your question to fresh air being brought in, and I believe that's what I understood, if I understood correctly.
Yes.
That's the air conditioning system. So by design, the air conditioning system, Mrs. Taita has to have some fresh air being brought in based on the number of occupants that it's intended to serve. So before, for example, it was, and I believe we're right there, if it's not lower, it's about 15 cubic feet per minute of air that had to be brought in or designed into the system per person, per occupant. And so I don't know if they dropped it to 12 at some point because of the energy concern. But that's by design, that the air conditioning systems are already bringing in outside air for the occupants. What we're trying to do is making sure that those outside air dampers are not stuck together because they tend to freeze. If they're manual dampers, if they're control dampers, we want to make sure that the motors that control those dampers are working properly to ensure that the outside air is coming in.
Okay, I think my question, maybe I said it wrong. It was more like, are we looking at any windows to be put into schools that don't have windows that can be opened? Is that something that has come up or even thought about, or we're just leaving them as is with classrooms with no windows that can be opened?
But and as far as windows go, the only thought of the windows, or the only thoughts that have come up have been related to code requirements because of fire exits, that sort of thing, any emergency exits. And other than that, I know the architects are trying to bring in more daylight into the classrooms nowadays, and so that's where that comes in. But as far as outside air or any indoor air quality, no, we haven't considered any windows as far as the ESSER 3 fundings also.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Medical.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And we're going to go into a detailed list on the projects and all of that as we go forward. This is the list of the things that were on the pre-award. These are things that we can go back. The air purifiers, 28,000. And you can read off the list there. These are things that we have purchased because of the pandemic since last March of last year to now. And if you look at it, most of those are safety related type things. Next slide. And then that includes the desk shields, HVAC portable cleaning units. You mentioned the roofs. The reason we can go back if we want to reimburse ourselves for the roofs, which would be Memorial Northbridge and Weslaco High Transition Center, is because if you have a roof with a roof leak, then you end up with mold issues, which all comes back to air quality. That's how they fall onto that list. But in general, when it came to facilities type, we decided to focus on HVAC with ESSER 3 and ESSER 2. And then Mr. Sanchez has been working on a different plan for the roofs. It's just that we happen to have one set of roofs that we could put into pre-award because of when it was done.
And question, Dr. Canales. So I'm assuming that the reimbursement of these funds will go into our fund balance, or where do they particularly go to? Andres?
It goes into a restricted fund balance.
Okay, that's what okay.
Well, it'll go back to fund balance. We took it from there.
Originally, correct?
Yeah, we'll bring it back, stay in revenues, and at the end of the year, we'll go to fund balance.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Next slide. This is the list of the projects Medical was talking about. He doesn't have prices or funds for all of them, and these are just estimates because it's a lot at one time. All of the HVAC projects, they fall under construction. So we do have to submit that for pre-approval to the state. Based on the HVAC and the only other construction related project, which is internet towers, those are all going to come under the 23 million, which is 21 million, the second part of ESSER 3. So that'll give us time to wait on the pre-approval, and we can submit the learning loss stuff in the first portion of the ESSER 3 application.
I had a question. On the HVAC controls, is that something that came with the unit originally, or is that something that was added on through another program in the past?
I would have to have a medical clarify that. I believe it's an upgrade is what it is.
It's an upgrade that they had placed on there.
It's a third-party control system.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a manufacturing control system with a unit. And so this campus that we have listed here have an obsolete system that we're still running and it's helping us out. And we're getting support. I mean, we're having to pull teeth to get support because it's no longer being supported by the manufacturer. But we're trying to update the controls in these schools, which have controls, but they're obsolete.
And was the third party, I guess, vendor that provided those controls, was that due to energy saving, or what was the purpose of that?
Well, initially we had, and inherently, for example, chill water systems, they have to have controls to make sure that all the components are talking to each other. Okay. So there was an energy conservation type of savings or project done back in the late 90s. And so a lot of controls came in that way. And these are some of those remaining controls that came in that way.
Roger. Thank you.
Yes.
Next slide. And this is continuing with the various down the list of projects. As I mentioned, Medical did not have a total cost, but it was somewhere in the total 25 to 29 million. We looked at originally when we were looking, ESSER 2 hadn't come out yet, so we said, well, let's at least try to get half of it under ESSER 3, and then we'll go back and look under ESSER 2 if we need to get more. Next slide. And this is the last, continuing on down with the HVAC. And they're not in any priority order. They're just, these are the list of all the different areas that Medical had identified a need.
At Lecky Stadium, we need HVAC upgrades. I'm assuming at the field houses and up the press box, I'm assuming. Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, next slide. In addition, at the DAC, we also looked at a retention stipend. And what happened is we gave the DAC members different amounts to look at. and an estimate on about how much it was going to cost if we decided to go with that stipend. These stipends do not include the benefits that we would have, that amount for how much it would cost doesn't include the benefits because it depends on how we pay the stipend out, how much the benefits are going to cost on top of it. But we shared with the principals and the department chairs and the DAC, starting at 500, it would cost 1.127 million, working our way up through $1,000, 1,200, 1,500, all the way up to a $3,000 stipend. The numbers in green off to the side, that was the level of support for that particular level of stipend when we did voting at the district advisory last Thursday. So the majority of the staff were in favor of the $3,000 side, about 2/3 of the staff. Okay, next slide.
Well, I was asking you on the distribution of whenever the stipend is voted on. Or
That's
whatever y'all
coming up.
decide.
It's coming up.
Oh, it's coming up. Perfect. Okay.
Next slide. This is just the pie graph with from how the voting went for those who wanted more visual, but it's the same results that were in the table. The bulk 2/3 still wanted the full 3,000. Next slide. On the distribution of the stipend, that's what we have here. We discussed a couple of options. The blue, which about a quarter of the people there were in favor of, was where we would pay the stipend out over the course of a year in monthly chunks. So for example, let's say it's a $1,200 stipend, you would get $100 a month. Uncle Sam would take his piece out of it. But that 100 would also count as a part of your salary as far as retirement purposes, because it's paid out every month. Then we looked at it, if we said, okay, if we want to give it twice, break it in half and say you're going to get the first half September, whenever we get the actual funds in, and the second half in December, which that had about 75% of people in favor of that. There's also the option if we just say, hey, let's get it, one lump sum whenever it comes in, we could put it at the end of the year. That's, a decision for y'all to give me the feedback. I have no dog in the hunt either way. Next slide. Now, these are the items, and based on, we had the departments do a bunch of research to come up with things that they needed to meet the pandemic. We took this through, there was a lot of different feedback gathered. And then we had the principals and the department chairs do some prioritization. Then we shared it with the district advisory committee, and they pretty much agreed this is a good start. There were other items identified. They total about $8 million in other items that, as I mentioned it to the department chairs, that's not off the table. It's just we're going to go back and look at that as part of ESSER 2, since we've already done the legwork on it while we're getting ready for ESSER 3. So these are fine art safety equipment, and I'll let you read them. 66,000. That was things to like sterilize instruments, things like that. Custodial support in the cafeterias because it's going to be a lot more cleaning and sterilization after lunches. Extra food service packaging. 50,000. When you think of those little food service packages individually, they don't cost a lot, but when you use a lot of them, for meals going out and so on, it does add up. And then looking at getting some outdoor dining equipment at the high schools in particular, and possibly middle school. These are tables, and so that if we need to distance students, that's an option. Next slide. Nursing, looking at 20 medical assistants. This is just for the first year because that's going to be the year when we have the most stress on our nursing stations as far as COVID tracking, answering questions, taking care of students. So that's extra help in the nursing department, nursing station safety upgrades and technology, and then the socio-emotional learning, the online resources for the counselors. That is a program which will have the technology department will also vet that to get some resources out for counselors. Next slide. Working on getting some curriculum out and some plans with the counselors to be able to work with students. Air purifiers in buses. That's one area we don't have air purifiers in all the buses, so to make sure that we have a lot of bus students that they've got safe air. And then migrant department socioeconomic learning for as far as migrant departments. That has an asterisk. There's about 4 items that had an asterisk by it. Originally, they were, quote, below the line, but because we had some money, because the pre-award costs were lower, and we had not had the migrant stuff included initially and some of the parent engagement. So, and the things they were requesting were not going to break the bank. We moved them up with some of the savings we had because the pre-award costs were looking a little lower. So if there's some things you'll see an asterisk, that's why that's got an asterisk. Next slide. Looking at learning loss. And these are in alphabetical order. They're not in any priority order. They're just in alphabetical order by department. ACE, after school program. We have the ACE program. It's got a grant. If it gets its grant, then we'd look at using this money perhaps to expand the ACE program, service more kids. So we'll have to see how that goes because they're up for their award hopefully Friday. CNI, originally accelerated learning aids. Originally the number was 197, which is basically about a quarter of what we have right now. We've been discussing that because is it really possible to get 197 qualified people into the classrooms that quickly? That may be a bridge too far. Even 51 is going to be a challenge. On the principals, we did put on there if you want a teacher instead of, we can do a 3-for-1 swap. Say, hey, I really need a teacher instead of these 3 aides. So we could work with that. The problem with teachers is some campuses, in addition to hiring a teacher, you've got to also have a facility to put them in, all the equipment and everything else. So there's some flexibility in there. That averages out to about 3 additional aides per campus, which they can be shifted based on what the need is identified. And the CNI, they'll be doing the data analysis to figure that out. But the big thing they want to emphasize is training those aides, extra training to working with the teachers to meet those needs that the students are going to have for accelerated learning. After hours programs, 6.5 million. That can include Saturday school. That can include extended day enrichment programs. We took some of the money we originally had in the aids and just moved it there for now. We always have the option to go back and amend the grant if there's some other things needs we identify as we go through next year.
Like the CNI accelerated learning loss, that money will it be distributed? Will that be distributed out to campus principals?
Which one?
As necessary once they get their data in and they know what everything needs to target.
Which
the CNI accelerated learning after hours programs.
What'll happen is we'll develop the program and then it'll be used to pay teachers or tutors after school.
Right.
If we decide that, hey, we need to do some enrichment in some other areas, Saturday school could fall under that also. And to be honest, if we decide we want to have an enriching summer school, we could use some of that. Although we didn't put the money into summer school because we're using our state comp funds to continue the summer school because this is going to go away and we're still going to need to fund summer school at some point. The calculators, those are basically needed from 8th grade up for math and science. We sent a lot of them home and they didn't always come back in operating high-speed condition. So we need to refurbish the math and science calculators for the high school students and the 8th graders. That's the other area of need there. Next slide. CNI, professional development, they're working on a plan for the whole 3 years as far as work with teachers in different areas to upgrade our teaching force, because that's the most important investment we can make, is making better trained teachers and helping them in front of the classroom. Next 3 are all ESL related for our English learners. The accelerated learning programs, that's for academies for those students, as well as after school programs, training, professional development for our teachers who work with those EL students, as well as some additional technology support for them. Next slide. Fine arts equipment, that's a lot of equipment for, we have a very successful and varied fine arts program. Some of that is to make sure we have more instruments so kids aren't sharing instruments as far as the safety concern, and other equipment that Mr. Bissett had identified that, hey, we can take care of our students' needs there. The one-to-one Chromebook programs, putting an extra $600,000 into there. Once again, we had a lot of Chromebooks that are not going to be as serviceable in the fall. We've got some plans in different ways we're purchasing. We got to continue that because we want to make sure every student has a device to use. The IT elementary classroom redesign. This is a project to basically work on the classrooms to make them much more student friendly as far as more ability, the furniture able to move around, put it together in different ways and do different things in the classroom to make a much more engaging learning environment for the students. That's kind of been, Mr. Amdahl has been working on that and with the, particularly the elementary principals, but it's a program to do that. The IT internet towers, that is an estimate, basically and that's the other project that falls under construction. It needs pre-approval, but to get more Wi-Fi access out to our areas where we have students that, they had to use a hotspot, which wasn't always reliable for learning during the pandemic. Even though the pandemic is hopefully over, when we come back to school, the future is still going to be with these kids having to work on technology, whether it's homework and things like that at home also. So we still need to make sure we've got the technology to support that learning as well.
Mr. Garlick, out of those 5 million, how many towers would that include for those internet towers? And where would they be placed around the city or county or whatever?
Let me get the IT experts down.
Okay.
Mrs. Aita, it's an estimate. We're looking at about 12 towers. Each tower is at about 350,000. That puts you at about 4.2 million. And then based on there's different technologies we can use on the towers, but you'll use like a little hotspot box to connect to the towers, which is about 120 each for around 5,000 students. That's another 600,000. So now you're looking at 4.8 million. And obviously with the construction, it all depends on the height of the towers. We're definitely going to need an engineer to design the base and everything to make sure they're safe.
So these wouldn't be Wi-Fi towers. These would be, you would need an actual little hotspot to connect to them.
Correct. So like the Hidalgo County, they have Wi-Fi towers where they're actually just sending the signal to the community. So that's where, not just our students, but the whole community can get access to. But those are restricted to where the Wi-Fi hotspots are. And those were on the light poles in the neighborhoods. So if you didn't have light poles in your neighborhood, you're not going to get their Wi-Fi signal. So this would be a different technology we're looking at. It's more kind of like, we're going to look at different ones, but think of it like a private LTE or private 5G LTE, which I would probably be leaning toward. It's kind of like a private cellular network.
And yeah, that was going to be one of my questions, because I know that the city of Weslaco, and I know that the county precinct 1, and I know they did a lot of improvements with Wi-Fi and putting them out there. So that was the issue. If they didn't have light poles, they weren't getting towers in their area. So this is going to cover those gaps.
Correct. And I'm not sure if I'll be doing microwave between the towers. I might use my existing fiber in the district to connect them all. And then I'll be looking at towers on the north side and the south side. Right now, the county didn't do anything on the south side. So I'd be concentrating more on.
So the different towers that what we purchased this past year.
No, we didn't purchase any of the towers. That was all the county.
Oh, okay.
We just provided space on our school district.
Oh.
The rules.
So this is going to be different.
This will be a little bit different.
Okay.
Mr. Martinez, I'm thinking, because I have kids and they lose all kinds of their phones and all the electronic stuff. If this hot spot that you're saying is lost at their house, that's it? They have no more. I mean, is that the only way that they would get it, with that little hotspot you're going to give them?
The good thing, I guess, it's kind of like a hotspot. I mean, if they lose it, I can give them another little box and I can disable the old box. So that way people can't just pass them around and give me another one, give me another one, give me another one. So we can shut down, we'll have control of all that equipment.
Okay. Kind of like the Chromebooks, but when you sent them home during the year and.
Correct.
Okay.
And we're going to continue that. That was my follow-up question. We're going to issue out devices to all our students, that way they can utilize these tablets.
I believe so, because right now there's over 50 online resources for the students.
Right.
And after school, they need to go home and continue their work. We do a lot with Google Classroom and a lot. I mean, teachers are fully on board with the online.
Right.
So you're going to still see
A lot of that
online
implemented.
activities, yes.
Okay.
So going back to that classroom redesign, the IT elementary classroom redesign, would that mean that teachers are just getting more technology in their classroom, or what does that mean, classroom redesign?
I've got Mr. Amdahl here. And
Actually, Mrs. Sustaita, it's much less about the technology and more about the dynamic placement and availability of moving furniture around to make like dynamic groups that would leverage technology. There might possibly be a small amount of technology, maybe a couple wall-mounted monitors where kids could plug in their Chromebook and have a small group discussion, teach each other different concepts. But it's more about that dynamic learning environment. Very, very little, I'd say probably less than 10% of it would be involving technology.
Okay.
Think of it, if you want a concept, a traditional classroom has, maybe static tables, maybe student desks in rows. This would be the complete opposite of that. It'd be dynamic, where if you want to shift and break them into groups, they'd have furniture they can move together in different parts of the room to make those collaborative groups. Because studies have shown that one of the main reasons kids come to school is to collaborate with their friends, and they've been lacking that for over a year now. So this would actually really heighten that for the kids.
So is it like electronic tables that move on their own, or what? Like, what does that mean?
Think of geometrically shaped tables that you can replace and move them into, take separate tables and move them and make them into one big table, or a medium-sized table. Maybe on rollers that, would be stabilized. You could lock the rollers and just move them around. So it would not be, the tables themselves would not be technology. They would be allowed to move towards technology, like these presentation stations or other kind of technology tools.
Maybe you can bring us pictures or something next time so we can see.
We've got samples, pictures we've actually already worked out. Actually, the elementary principals came up with designs, and they already have basically bundles of packages for different grade levels that would be appropriate for those students. Yeah.
And flexible furniture was something that we've been talking about
Yeah.
as part of a long-range future.
Exactly. Yeah. And we've piloted this. We did about 30 grants about 3 years ago where we piloted this concept. It was very successful. The kids felt more comfortable in the classroom, felt like they had more ownership of their classroom because it was their classroom, and they had different choices in where they sat. So
I think that's great. That's awesome. I would love to see that.
fantastic. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Carlos, next one. We're also looking at working at with the socio-emotional learning, some reliever or recovering some of those students who've fallen through the cracks because of the pandemic. PFE is parent and family engagement, training of trainers, as far as being able to train people to work with parents and help out in the community. Project Smart for Migrant, and parent family engagement continuing education programs. And the last one, I think I typed that one twice. I apologize. The big thing I want to emphasize here is that I am not a subject matter expert on everything. This was a collaboration with people across the district. Next slide. And that concludes the basics there. Yes.
Historically, we always look at about October, November when we try to work with the supports for our students with state comp monies. But now, if this is approved, we're going to have that robust funding to help out with the needs right from the get-go, taking off with our students. On top of that, we're going to be able to supplement through state compensatory and continue providing those supports right away for all our principals. When they submit their proposal and they submit it and they identify the needs, as you mentioned, Mr. Los Santos, then we'll work closely with the principals to provide those funds for them to get going with those supports. And also market to our parents, our students, so we can get them the need and the acceleration that they need to get going for the instruction.
You also have in your packet a 3-page memo with all of the projects. On the 3rd page, that's the projects that did not get funded under ESSER 3. That's the starting point for ESSER 2. But the one at the bottom where it says CTE PPE, after discussing and meeting with our CTE director, that could fall under Perkins, so that we're going to move that above the line also. But these are the starting point for other needs that were identified. And if there's things that, that you've seen here, if you've seen some holes, I welcome feedback at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Garlick. It's, a lot of great opportunities with this grant, and add and supplement and update a lot of programs and technology. So excited for that.
Yeah, I think it says a lot also as far as about the administration and what you all are planning, that we're exceeding the 20% minimum requirement. And that's something that you don't see across all districts. So that's really good that we're focusing on that and providing that additional opportunity for students and parents and our staff to jump right into it, like you said, and start closing that learning gap. So
And
thank
you've
you for the
got,
presentation, sir.
on
Thank you.
item L coming up is where you also have an opportunity to address the stipend at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we go on to item, still discussion item number 10, letter B, interim financial report for the 9 months ended May 31st, 2021.
Mr. Sanchez, will you please present?
You can set it up. Let's just plug it there. There you go. Okay, this is the budget revenue report as part of the annual financial report. Our budget in the general fund, our revenues, the local revenues are 24.9 million. The state revenues are 137,408,000, and our federal revenues are 13,853,000. The total is 170,221. We have an extra one there. Sorry about that. Next slide. The state revenues are based mostly on average daily attendance. We had mentioned before, we budgeted 15,288, and the state gave us additional funds as part of the whole harmless. As far as federal revenues, food service, because of the not having the students present, we didn't serve as many meals as before, even though we pay for all the staff throughout the whole year. So we're having a deficit. We had a deficit last year. The federal government, the USDA, is going to assist districts, and we're expected to receive $1,072,000 later on this month. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Here's the budget for revenues. The amended budget on local funds, local revenues of 24,909,000 budgeted. So far through May 31, we have received 25,687,000. That is 103%. We went over the budget that we had. A lot of it has to do with property tax collections. We far exceeded what we expected. We didn't think collection will be as much as they are now. And we do have 3 months to go. So local funds, we're doing good. In the state funds, we had budgeted 137,408,000. So May 31, we have 111,014,000, and that represents 80.79%. And on the federal revenues are 13,853,000. We have received 10,180,000, which represents 73.49%. Overall, of all the revenues, out of 176.1 million, we have received 146,882,000, which represents 83%, which is pretty good through May 31. Next slide. On the expenditures, as you all know, we broke down the expenditures by 5 groups of functions. On the instructional related side, we had budgeted 116,435,000. As of May 31, we have expended or encumbered 74,766,000, which represents 64%. In the instructional support, we have 27,919,000 budgeted. We have expended or encumbered 19,664,000. That represents 70%. On the administrative expenditures at the campus and district level, we had budgeted 14,567,000. We have expended or encumbered 10,400,000 as of May 31, and that represents 71%. At the district-wide support items or areas, we have budgeted 28,426,000. We have expended or encumbered through May 31, 18,450,000, and that represents 65%. On our debt service, that is the area that we use to pay our maintenance tax notes, the loan that we pay out of the district budget without levying taxes on the taxpayers. We had budgeted 2,568,000. So far, we have expended 1,208,000, and that is 47%. In this one item, by the end of the year, we'll pay the whole amount. In August, we pay the rest of the payments. Next. This item and the next couple of slides are items that we use for as reconciliation to show how the expenditures that we have in the budget, why they are more than the money we have budgeted as revenues. In here, we have items that we brought forward to the board before as amendments. The first item is a carryover of state allotment funds. These are allotments, like in this case, early education allotment, the state compensatory. They were the biggest ones. We had $5.5 million that we didn't spend last year, so we had to roll it forward this year. The same item, the same with the remaining items that we have here. Another major one, the next one is 1.2 million for purchase order that we have encumbered last year that I didn't hear on time, so we rolled them over so we can pay them out of the new budget. The next one is the employee incentive pay that the board approved for December. That was 2,323,000 that came from fund balance. I'm not going to go over the other ones because I have mentioned it before, but go to the next slide, please. And here we have the second item here, the portable air cleaning units, is 1,749,000. I mentioned earlier, came from fund balance. Once we get money from the ESSER 3, we'll be able to reimburse the district, the fund balance again. The next item, major one, is cleaning and disinfecting supplies for classrooms and departments. The board approved 750,000. The money has been set aside in the budget. If we don't use it because we're going to use the ESSER funds, the money goes back to the fund balance again also. The board approved 200,000 for student debt shields, and that is listed in here. Next slide. We added an amount for summer feeding program, 320,000. The summer school budget, we had a program of 25,000 for the universities, for the students to attend that during the summer. And also we had added a budget for the first two invoices for the forensic audit of 137,000 total. The total amount of these expenditures that we added to the original budget are 14,140,746. Next slide, please.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yes, ma'am.
If you stop there, the summer meal program, is that the when the buses go and give
No,
summer feeding program?
it's for the summer school.
Oh,
It includes the buses that go during the summer are included in there, but also the students attending summer school.
Oh, okay, so this is for summer school.
Reimbursable as well. Isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And
So then
also-
we can take this from the ESSER? If
Go ahead.
we would, he said it's reimbursable, so we could use this from ESSER, is what you're saying?
There might be some item that we can claim because the meals are submitted to the state. So that amount is already being reimbursed. If we have a difference, that's something that we can look into. Yes.
Yeah, and I know that now with those, that PEBT program that the state gave out a lot of money to the families,
Yes.
you know, that I don't know if, you know, that can make a difference on that number there.
No, because
No, for summer school.
that amount goes directly to the parents. It doesn't flow through us.
Yeah,
The total amount of all those amendments that we did is 14,140,000, like I said. That gets added to the original budget of expenditures. So the original budget was 175,776,000 of expenditures. We added those amendments of 14.1 million. The total amended budget of expenditures and encumbrances is 189,917,467. This is why our budget looks like we're spending more money than we generate, but it's coming from the fund balance. Not that we're getting going
And then
bankrupt or something.
And a portion of that is rollover as well. Too.
Yes, 5.5 million. Yes, sir.
Right. And,
Next
then,
slide.
and a portion of it is reimbursable under the ESSER for some of
Yes.
those items.
Yes, some we can. Next slide. And that's it. Right? Okay. That is the financial report. Any questions? All the questions?
I guess I'll go first.
Okay.
I want to ask you a question. I know that historically, our attendance over years our enrollment had been the same, 17,200. It always fluctuated a little bit, off a couple hundred over the years. And we're talking about years that we've had that. Only recently did we see a drop with the COVID-19 and kids moved, relocated, et cetera, whatever the situation was. We know people lost their jobs, maybe had to leave their living situations, whatever the case may be. But we've also historically not been able to hit ADA. And so our ADA has always been around 15,500, or if not a little bit higher over the years compared to our enrollment. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is that when we do our budget is actually to the T. I know I went to some trainings, some great trainings at the island, and there's other districts that operate where if they're receiving 200 million, local, state, federal, their overall budget is usually maybe a couple million short. They usually have a window or a buffer that they're saving, and there's multiple districts like that in the valley. In ours, if we get 176, we're spending 176. So is that what's preventing us from giving raises? Where are we with that, and what is the action that needs to be taken so we get to a state where we can start providing raises to staff?
Actually, in prior years, we did exceed the budget for EDA.
Okay.
But we have the program that we have the flexible attendance. We were not able to do it because of COVID last year and this year.
Okay.
But we've been helping us. The reason we have the whole harmless high that got us from 15,000 to 15,600 is because the state used the prior to the pandemic, 3 years average, and that gave us the amount. That's why we went from 15.2 to 15.6. So we have been doing good before. It's just last year and this year we went down because of the pandemic. That happened to everybody. ADA went down. This year, because of the uncertainty, when we approved the budget, I mentioned earlier in the tax collection that I didn't expect it to be as good because we didn't know people don't have a job. They're not paying the mortgages. Are they going to pay the property taxes, mortgages? We didn't know a lot of those things. That's why we went the way we went. The prior year, we had the help from the state. They helped us to do the raises that we get. Besides what the state told us that we had to do, we went above and beyond and paid more to our employees.
Right.
So some of what we pay, I gave a 7% pay raise for some employees. The amount we needed to give him was only 4%.
Right.
So we were able to give him a raise. It was just this year and the year before, the House Bill 3, that we were kind of tight.
Right.
And we didn't give him the raise. And we also had in the past sometimes cushions in the budget. Now that we budgeted even, now that we leave $1 million or $2 million as a surplus, but we used to because the board has always told us if the schools need something, help them, and we do.
Right.
And I have mentioned to the board in prior years, I have these contingencies by function, because if we don't have enough money in a function, we have to come back to the board to approve a budget amendment, and that has to wait till the next month. Right. So I was having money in function 11, 21, 23, all of them had money. So when the schools needed funds, I would discuss it with the cabinet. Sometimes I made the decision myself, depending on what it was or how small it was, and we gave them the money from that amount. Right. This year, we didn't have any.
Do you all use a budgeting tool that's provided by Region 1?
The what?
The budgeting tool that's provided by Region 1 that kind of gives an assessment on.
Well, we look at that. Some of it, yes.
Okay. Like in certain staffing areas where they don't match with enrollment or they're higher, is that something that's taken into account? Or like, because I'm trying to think is, we've already had, I know that there was a significant raise that was given a while back, but where are we at now as far as, what do you project as far as our budget, the way it's looking, projections for this upcoming school year? What do we need to do? That's what I'm kind of asking.
For pay raises?
That's the big question, right?
Well, we have some amounts right now that I'd rather not mention. I said, you said at the meeting.
Right. No,
we're looking at.
Hold you accountable.
Yeah, we have a workshop next Monday to discuss the budget, and we'll mention the information there.
Okay.
That way, whatever we look at calculating, we want to see we able to put it in the budget and the system.
Right. Okay.
To see with the rest of the expenditures we have, how that's going to come up with the projected revenues, to see whether we have enough to make it or we have to cut some of them or what we do.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay.
So Monday you'll provide that information.
We'll provide more information.
Okay.
All right. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
But remember, we're looking at a stipend from ESSER, the stipend, the incentive payment that we're getting from the diesel. So our employees are getting compensation. We're trying to help compensate because of not having provided
And
good
this
rates.
year was probably the most stressed year for teachers, for principals.
Everybody.
It was a tough year. So I agree with Los Santos that we need to look at that. It's important, especially that we have the ESSER funds,
Yes.
also.
Definitely.
Regarding the enrollment shifts, we're having those discussions with the principals, so we're careful in looking at that. what they're looking at for next year, the projections. And of course, any new positions that come up, we're really going back and coming back to the compensation plan and really stressing that rationale if there's going to be a need for that or not. So we're trying to keep a very close eye on that as far as the staff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sanchez, I believe the next item is yours also, right?
Yes, it is.
10C, acknowledgement of Hidalgo County Tax
Yes, it is.
Office collection reports for April 2021, current taxes and delinquent taxes.
So this is a no action item, Board of Trustees.
And let the minutes reflect that Mr. Andrew Gonzalez left the meeting at 9:25.
Yes, Dr. Rodriguez, members of the board, Dr. Canales, this is the tax report from the Hidalgo County Tax Office for April 2021. And from the original levy of the current levy was $25,670,034. We have collected today $24,436,587. There have been adjustments of $385,523,000 added to the tax roll. And the total collections net are 93.79% through April 30. Last year, we had collected 91.84%. So we are almost 2% higher than last year. For the delinquent taxes, which are the prior year levies, we started with $4,183,000. We have collected through April 30, $847,918. We had decreases on the tax roll of $105,565. That represents 20.8% net collections. Last year at this time, April 30, we had only collected 14.58%. So the delinquent taxes are 6.22% higher than last year. So that was mentioned earlier, tax collections were real good this year. So far, through April 30, we're doing good. And we still have 4 months to go.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. All right, so now I'll go to item 11, discussion and possible action items. A, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district's employer paid term life insurance with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas through the interlocal participation agreement with the Texas Educational Employers Benefit Cooperative, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for the same.
Board of Trustees, as an enhanced benefit, our school district provides all employees with $25,000 of term life insurance at no cost to the employee. Employees may also purchase up to $100,000 in additional life insurance at group rates. In 2017, the board approved a resolution to enter into an interlocal participation agreement with the Texas Educational Employers Benefit Cooperative. Public entities may purchase products through purchasing cooperatives such as this one without conducting a formal RFP. Through the TEEBC, current rates with Blue Cross Blue Shield are guaranteed through August 2022. We pay $120 a month per employee for this $25,000 of term life insurance at no cost to the employee for an annual cost of $33,120. So we are recommending that you renew the district's employer-paid term life AD&D with Blue Cross Blue Shield through the interlocal participation agreement with the Texas Educational Employers Benefit Cooperative. So we're asking for your approval.
So move. Second.
I'll have a motion by Coach Nieto and a second by Mark.
Yes.
Any discussion? Let's take it to a vote. Jackie Sustaita,
Aye.
Mark de los Santos,
Aye.
Coach Nieto,
Aye.
and Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item B, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district student accident insurance, athletic, catastrophic, and voluntary with student assurance services underwritten by Emeritus Life Insurance Company through the brokerage store for school year 2021, 2022, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for the same, RFP 19-07-39. What else?
Board of Trustees, we do purchase insurance to cover students in the event of an injury while participating in UIL sanctioned activities. Our plan provides 100% of benefits at no cost to the athlete or their parents if provided through the Lone Star Athletic Network. So in 2019, the district conducted an RFP process for student athletic insurance and awarded the proposal to Student Assurance Services through the Texas Insurance Service Center with an option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms. A total premium of the Student Assurance Services renewal proposal is $346,548, a decrease of $42,465 from the previous year. This will be the final renew option for this product, and we will have to go out for bid next year if needed. Risk management and the athletic department concurred that there have been no major issues and feel it's the best interest of the district to move forward with the renewal. So I am recommending that you renew the district student accident insurance policy with Student Assurance Services underwritten by Emeritus Life Insurance in Zurich through Texas Insurance Service Center, the brokerage store for the 21-22 school year.
So move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion by Coach Nieto and a second by Mark De Los Santos. Any discussion?
Have we had any problems with insurance problems at all? Okay.
Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Jackie?
No. I'm sorry, I have a dog barking behind me. What was the question?
We're going to take it to a vote. Item B, which is discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district student accident insurance.
Oh, yes, okay. Are we voting?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
We got a motion by Coach Nieto and a second by Mark. So I'm asking for your vote, yes or no?
Yes.
And Mark De Los Santos?
Aye.
Coach Nieto?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And item C, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district's workers' compensation excess insurance or authorize administration to solicit proposals for the same RFP 19-07-41. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, our district purchases excess or stop-loss insurance for its workers' compensation program. This excess insurance is similar to the stop-loss coverage we purchase for our self-funded medical benefits program. The district self-insured retention rate, SIR, is currently $450,000 and is for the life of the claim. The renewal proposal increases the SIR to $500,000. In 2019, we conducted an RFP process, and the U.S. Specialty Underwriter Star Insurance was selected with an option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms. This is a final year renewal option. Premium rates will remain flat and are based on estimated payroll of $118 million plus. U.S. Specialty Underwriters will conduct a payroll audit later in the year to determine if there is a balance or credit due to the district. Renewal premium rate is 0.0397 per $100 of payroll. So we are recommending that you approve the renewal of the district workers' compensation excess insurance for the U.S. Specialty Underwriter Star Insurance through Shepherd Walton King Insurance Group.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Coach Trevino
Second.
and second by Coach Nieto.
Correct.
Any discussion? All right, we'll take it to a vote. Mrs. Susaita?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Coach Nieto?
Aye.
And Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item D, discussion and possible action for the board to consider renewal of the district's agreement with TriStar Risk Management to administer the district's self-funded workers' compensation program for fiscal year 2021, 2022, or authorize administration to solicit proposals for the same RFP 19-07-41. Dr. Canales?
So in 2019, we solicited proposals for workers' compensation third-party administrator TPA services. TriStar Risk Management was selected to provide TPA services for 1 year with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year terms. This is a final renewal option. TriStar offered a flat renewal rate of $51,570, which is the same in addition to the basic admin fees. TriStar also charges for claim-related fees such as peer reviews, utilization reviews, bill reviews, etc. A pricing breakdown for these services is included in the attachment. Estimated total admin fees is approximately $85,000. We are recommending Board of Trustees that you approve the renewal with TriStar Risk Management to administer the district's self-funded workers' compensation program for fiscal year 21-22.
Okay. Item D, you have a motion?
So moved.
I got a motion by Coach Nieto,
Second.
second by Coach Trevino. Any discussion?
I just have a question. I'm trying to understand. I'm not a big insurance person, but this vendor, TriStar Risk Management, and then I'm looking at the item we just passed with U.S. Specialty Underwriters. They're both dealing with a workers' comp. Are we just authorizing two different vendors for the same thing for workers' comp, or is it something different?
No, Mrs. Sustaita, the previous item was for the excess or reinsurance. So if an employee suffers an on-the-job injury and we retain $500,000 and we owned it for the life of the individual. So basically we're reinsuring our stop loss. This is actual true insurance where there's a transfer of risk. The item we're discussing now is the administrative services or the TPA services, the people that actually process the claims, adjudicate the claims, report to the state. This item is heavily monitored by the state of Texas and TDI, heavily regulated, excuse me.
And what one vendor can't do both. It's two different ones.
There are two different services, correct? One is the previous item was for stop loss insurance, and this is for the actual administration of the workers' compensation program. They pay the bills and submit reports to the states and do the employee case management.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks. So we're going to take it to a vote. Signify your answer by saying yes or no. Mrs. Sustaita?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Coach Nieto?
Aye.
And Coach Trevino?
Aye.
Motion passes. Item E, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of allowance expenditure authorization number 2 for the fence at the Lackey Stadium visitor parking lot. Dr. Canales?
This item's for the installation of a 450 feet of chain link fence, including gates, to replace the existing fence on the visitors' side of the stadium. The existing fence and gates were temporarily removed as part of the ongoing construction project at Bobby Lake Stadium. The primary reason for replacement of the fence is the improvement of the condition of the existing fence and gates. The operation of the gates is critical for our fans who attend on wheelchairs. Consequently, the aesthetics of the facility will be greatly improved by the installation of the new fence. The new fence is coated with black vinyl and will be installed at a height of 6 feet. Our staff has been working with our project engineer, Mariano Garcia, in Mid-Valley Paving, monitoring changes to the scope of work for this project due to unforeseen conditions, design adjustments, and/or additional things requested by WISD as determined and as needed by staff. The additional work under the allowance expenditure is determined to be outside the scope of work as stipulated in the signed contract. The net cost of the additional improvements is to be paid from the project allowance. Therefore, there is no increase in cost to the project. The project includes the following contingencies and allowings, initially totaling $40,000 that can be used to pay for additional scope of work not included in the project construction documents. So, Board of Trustees, we are recommending that you consider the approval of the allowance expenditure authorization number 2 for a change in the scope of work needed for a section of the fence at the Bobby Lackey Stadium visitor parking lot. Do have Mr. Garza and Mr. Riojas here if you have any questions about this.
Motion approved.
I've got a motion by Mr. De Los Santos
Second.
and a second by Coach Nieto. Any discussion?
Are we going out for a bid on this, Oscar, or is this already?
This will be done as part of the project that's going on right now. Because it's flat work, and poles need to be put into the ground at the time of doing the flat work. We need to get to process this as soon as possible. The fence, the current fence that's there, still workable condition. The gates were a little bit getting worn over the years. The fence also, it is galvanized fence, but over the years has still was starting to show some corrosion. And so we decided to go with a vinyl coated fence, which will look aesthetically cleaner, nicer, and it'll give a much cleaner appearance on the visitor side instead of reinstalling the old fence back again. And that's just an item that we overlooked as we were preparing for the project. The gates really needed to be updated. They're 16-foot gates, so they're pretty long, and so over time they start to sway, and it just becomes harder and harder to open them. The gates also are very important because that's where our handicap accessible areas are for parking for the visitor side. So we want them to be as smooth as possible to allow our fans in.
Is it any part of that gate or any part of that fence going to be reusable? You know, like.
Oh, yes, some of the material will be reusable for sure, because all of that stuff we get to keep. And so we have an area at maintenance where we do retain a lot of the material that was still usable by the district. And obviously we have some great staff that are very good at utilizing the supplies and materials that we have, and they will put them to good use in the event that we need it. Yes, sir.
I would like for us to, I mean, that's the same fencing we have over at Weslaco East.
A lot of areas, yes, sir. Mhm.
So eventually, you know, we're talking about appearance and so forth,
Mhm.
you know, maybe utilizing some of that black galvanized or black covered.
The powder coated. Mhm. Yes, sir. We used it for a project this past summer. We redid all our baseball and softball fields for both high schools because we were in need of new fencing, and we did all of them with powder coated, and they turned out really, really nice. It looks a lot cleaner, and you get a little more lifespan out of the fences that way. Yes, sir.
So this is a proposal just for the visitor side, correct?
Just the visitor side, yes, sir.
Not the north side fence that is
No,
20 years old.
No, that one needs to be redone as well, but we have a plan for that through our maintenance department.
That's fine.
And we've been, I don't know if you noticed, but we've slowly been working our way around.
Yes.
So we're to that point where we're now going to look at that north side.
Okay.
Yes, sir. But we're getting there. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll go ahead and take it for a vote. Please signify yes or no. Jackie Sustaita,
Aye.
Mark De Los Santos,
Aye.
Coach Nieto,
Aye.
and Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item F. Let's see here, discussion, possible action for the board to consider approval of the final completion of the roofing replacement projects at 3 schools, Memorial Elementary, Northbridge Elementary, and Weslaco High School Transition Center, CSP number 20-04-20 as follows. Number 1, a deductive change order for the unspent contingency allowances and weather-related and delay days to complete the project. And number 2, final completion of the project. Dr. Canales.
And Board of Trustees, and on May 11, 2020, the board approved American Contracting USA, Inc. for the construction of this project in the amount of $3,270,000. The scope consisted of the demolition of existing roofs, installation of new roofs. The project will be deemed to be completed on time upon approval of the additional days requested, which are 99 weather and project delay days. And there will be no liquidated damages to the contractor. After board approval and confirmation that all pending items and closeout documents have been addressed, we will proceed to process the project's final payment. Adverse weather days affected the project schedule and are included in the summary table below. The contract with American Contracting for this project includes a contingencies allowance totaling $260,000 at the beginning of the project that can be used to pay for unforeseen project conditions or additional scope of work not included in the project specs. The remaining balances are as follows. Owner's contingency, $90,000. General building repairs, $164,200. We did use $5,800 for trimming trees and removal of trees. And there's a table that summarizes the contents of the deductive change order. So we are recommending that you consider to approve the following for the roofing improvements, a final completion of the roofing replacement projects at the 3 schools mentioned, Memorial, Northbridge, and Weslaco High School Transition Center, which includes a deductive change order for the unspent contingency allowance and weather-related and delayed days to complete the project and the final completion of the project. We do have staff here if you should have any questions. Mr. Garza. I'm going to go.
Motion.
Motion to approve.
A motion by Coach Nieto to approve item F,
Second.
and second by Coach Trevino. Any discussion?
Now, we had a credit of, what did you say, 254,000?
254,200. That's credited back to Weslaco ISD.
And so will that go to our fund balance also? Local, okay.
Strict.
Okay.
All right, we'll take it to a vote. Please signify yes or no. Jackie Susaita,
Aye.
Mark De Los Santos,
Aye.
Coach Nieto,
Aye.
Coach Trevino.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item G, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the purchase of HVAC equipment for Rico Elementary, Kleckler Held Elementary, and an administration building complex from approved purchasing cooperative vendors. Dr. Canales?
This item is for 34 HVAC units at Regal Elementary and Kleckler Elementary. That's 17 units at each school and 7 HVAC units at the admin complex that need to be replaced due to age. Weslaco ISD HVAC, electrical, and plumbing staff will perform the installations of the units. So Perry Mechanical Systems has the lowest cost and meets all of the specifications required in the construction documents provided by the project engineer. Furthermore, they were awarded a contract through the by-board purchasing cooperative. So we are recommending that you approve the quote received for the purchase of the HVAC equipment for the 3 locations from Perry Mechanical Systems of Edinburgh. Again, they were the lowest at $393,078. And our staff will take care of the actual installation of the units at all locations.
So move to approve.
Got a motion by Coach Nieto to approve item G.
Second.
Who got it? Coach Trevino? Second by Coach Trevino. Any discussion?
And for our medical guys, I guess, the brand that we use it is a high-quality brand, correct?
Lennox.
Right, the Lennox?
Yes, I know that this word was used before, but it's the Cadillac of the AC units in terms of this type of unit. Yes. It's a dehumidification system that's already designed into the unit. And of course, the outside air intake is already designed into the unit as well.
All right.
Thank you.
So what we talked about with the ESSER, these schools will already have their upgrades. And when everybody else gets their upgrades, if it gets approved, we won't be needing to do this for these schools anymore?
Right. So, Ms. Staita, we're doing wing additions that were done to these 2 schools, Kleckler and Rico. That was after the original construction of the campuses. The wings were added about 4 years or so later. And so we've already taken care of the original construction of the campus back in, I believe, 2012 or so. And that was done in-house as well, a total of 88 units. So now we're just having to take care of the other units that still had some life at the time.
It's also going to include the admin building?
Right. So the administration building, we got units that are already 18, 20 years old. And including the boardroom, the training lab, and so forth. And we need to replace those as well. Yes.
How many units are you replacing here?
In here, we've replaced actually, it's going to be a total of 9. 7 are the ones that are being purchased here. 2 of them we already had salvaged from the old field house at the high school. Those units had been replaced in 2014, but with the new athletic renovations project, we salvaged those and we kept them in our yard and we reused them here. So we replaced 2 already, and there's 7 more that we need to purchase under this.
Thank you, Mr. Medical.
Thank you, Medical. We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Please signify yes or no. Jackie Susaita?
Yes.
Mark De Los Santos?
Yes.
Coach Nieto?
Yes.
And Coach Trevino?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item H, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the 3rd invoice from Weaver and Tidwell LLP for work done on the forensic audit of the district.
Board proceeds. The 1st and 2nd invoices for the audit work were approved by you on April 12th and May 10th, respectively. There is a 3rd invoice, and the details are in the packet for the month of May for about $56,000. So I'm recommending that you approve to consider the approval to pay the third invoice submitted by CPA firm of Weaver and Tidwell LLP dated June 3rd, 2021, for the forensic work done in May of 2021.
I'll make a motion.
I got a motion by Coach Trevino,
Second.
second by Mark de los Santos.
Yes.
Any discussion? We'll take it to a vote. Please signify yes or no. Jackie Sustaita,
Yes.
Mark de los Santos,
Yes.
Coach Nieto,
Yes.
Coach Trevino.
Yes.
Motion passes.
So Vice President Rodriguez, I'm gonna pull item I.
Pull item I.
We'll do a little bit more research on it.
Okay, so we're pulling
Administration like to pull I.
item I. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item J, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the revision to policy DBD, local employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, Mrs. Saika requested to delete the word approved. We're looking at this policy from DBD local to indicate that employees shall not participate in any outside employment activities during hours they're required to perform district-related tasks. This is discussion on possible action. It could be just a discussion. We decided to bring it as a possible action in case you want to take action this evening. So what the current policy does say, it has, and this is DBD local on page 2 of 2. It does read about non-school employment. And this was first addressed during COVID-19 when it first started and people were staying home. There was a decision to change this policy because our Board of Trustees and administration wanted to make it clear, even though you're staying home for COVID-19, you are supposed to be working on assigned tasks at home and not having, outside employment during work hours. It may need some more revision, and this is what Mrs. Syke asked about. So non-school employment, it reads, an employee shall disclose in writing to his or her immediate supervisor any outside employment. The supervisor shall determine if the employee's outside employment creates a potential conflict of interest with the proper discharge of assigned duties and responsibilities or with the best interest of the district. Employees shall not participate in approved outside employment activities during hours they're required to perform district-related work tasks. So the recommendation is to move the word approved. Employees shall not participate in outside employment activities during hours they're required to perform district-related work tasks. So this is up for discussion and action.
The reason why I asked for this to be on the agenda is because with the word approved on there, it leaves it open to say, well, you didn't approve my outside employment, so I can still do it. It's not the approved employment. It just makes it confusing. I think it's just a lot clearer without the word approved in there.
Now, question, Dr. Canales and counsel, in regards to somebody who's been suspended or is on leave, and they technically don't have any duties at that present time during that suspension, are they allowed to work elsewhere? Since they don't have any duties at the time.
If they're on paid suspension, they can work elsewhere?
That's different. They're on paid suspension, they're out. It's the other scenario, like you said, yes, they can.
So do we have a motion on this item?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion by Mark de los Santos and a second by Coach Trevino.
I didn't get to hear on the camera what Mr. Sepulveda's comment. Can somebody who has been suspended work outside, or what was the answer?
The question or the answer was if it's on paid suspension, the answer is no, even though they don't have any district activities assigned to them at that point in time.
Right.
But if it's not paid, then they can.
That's
So
according
do we
to.
need to write that down in policy somewhere to make it clear and add it also?
Yeah, it can be done. And this is one that if we want to make several revisions, TASB charges us per revision. We may want, to make them all at once. we can look at it more carefully because that's a good question.
Okay, and then bring it back.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Say table this then?
Table this one.
It's up to you guys.
Table this.
You want to table it, then we do that? I mean,
Rescind the,
Do we
rescind
need to
the motion.
rescind the motion?
so rescind the motion.
So, Coach,
I'll rescind, I think I did it.
you did it.
So I'll rescind the motion to approve.
Okay,
You okay with it?
Yes.
so we're pretty much gonna take no action on this one, correct?
Table it.
Okay.
So we'll go back and revisit and add what we need to and then bring it back?
Yes, we can do that, Mrs. Staita.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go on to item K, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to clarify the previously adopted 2020, 2021 one-time employee incentive payment contingent on increased average daily attendance and the Texas Education Agency hold harmless provision. Dr. Canales?
So this one has to do with ADA. Our district was about 14,900 ADA. It would have not qualified anybody for a one-time incentive payment. With the hold harmless provisions, it's a possibility now for all employees. So Board of Trustees, you have options on this one. So option one is to pay $1,000 incentive payment to all staff that work for the district during the 2020-2021 school year, prorated by the period of time employees were hired by the district for those employees that terminate their employment early. December 2020 retirement resignation, they'd get half. Prorated monthly for those employees that left the district after any month, November 2020, March 2021, 1/9 for each month work. So that's the option, 1,000 for everybody with the prorated. The second option is pay the incentive amount as was shown earlier, and I believe you have a copy with you. We can display it again if we need to. Where you pay the amount as shown on the schedule, which was presented during public hearing held on August 24th, 2020, as part of discussion for the 2020-2021 budget, which included the following incentive amounts for 15,500 ADA. That was the highest amount considered in August 24th, 2020. So in that, teachers would get 1,000, nurses, counselors, librarians, athletic trainers, instructional coaches, and administrators would get 800. Paraprofessionals, instructional aides, manual and technical trades, and bus drivers, 625. It would also prorated by period of time employees were hired by the district for those employees that terminate their employment early as shown, as explained in option one. So we've had the public hearing today. We have clarification on what was meant with this. And Board of Trustees, we are recommending proceeding with making the one-time employee incentive payment to staff at the end of this month, June 2021. So it's up, the options are up to you.
What was your recommendation, Dr. Canales?
We're recommending that you do make a payment, that we use the hold harmless and we do pay our employees. So, and that you clarify the intent of the previous Board of Trustees approval taken on August 24th, 2020 for this one-time employee incentive payment that was contingent upon the increased ADA, which is being recommended for payment in light of TA giving us a home harmless provision that allowed our district to achieve increased ADA for this year.
Is this up for discussion already?
Not yet.
We
can.
You can discuss.
I mean, that was one of the big pushes when we're discussing this and, through the past weeks and whatnot was that I saw that meeting and I saw, I know why they did the initial stipend and then they were going to offer the second stipend. They were trying to, motivate everyone to participate in the increasing ADA and then, but with the home harmless, I mean, we met it, we hit it. And I think it's a big incentive. I know that we're talking about $1,000 straight across the board.
Correct. That's the clarification that we need to make, whether it's 1,000 or we stagger it. And, like we had said in the public hearing that we were pushing for the 1,000 across the board.
I wasn't
to keep
here.
everybody.
Yeah, I wasn't here for the public hearing, but is that the recommendation?
That was what I heard during that meeting. There was 1,000 and with the home, we did not hit 88. We have to be clear with that. We didn't. And of course, look at the situation, but with hold harmless from the state, that's bringing in the funding. I think it was 15,600 that was stated that were going to be accredited.
So that'll cover that.
And I know that I heard in that meeting, $1,000 across the board for all staff. That was being discussed and tossed around.
So I moved to go with $1,000 across all staff.
I have I'm sorry, Mr. Trevino.
So we gotta move on the. So, okay.
Discussion.
How much more of a difference would we need to pay, or would we need to allocate in order to, because $1,000 by the time you get paid and so forth is really not $1,000. It ends up being 800 and something maybe. You understand what I'm getting?
Yeah, well, on this one,
It's gonna vary on everybody.
and employees would only pay Medicare, also pay Medicare. Since this is not subject to TRS, there will not be deduction for that. So only income tax and Medicare. Nothing else will be deducted from that.
So
check.
will the employees see a $1,000 added
So
to
so
the
you
check
wanting
for
to get that will be hard to do because we don't know how much, everybody pays income taxes on their own tax bracket. So we don't know how.
So is it safe to say, what if we went 1,200 instead of 1,000? To compensate in that way, staff does get, for the most part, at least, close to 1,000 as we
Because initially, when this topic came up, and like I said, we weren't on the board yet, but I was watching the meeting. And this was done because of the, there was no raise, right? I mean, initially that was just to compensate staff and provide an alternative other than giving them a raise, which couldn't be done at the time. It was to give them a stipend, $1,000, and then if they hit the ADA and at the end of the year, then they would get the additional. So, I mean, and due to the state coming in to play, and I think we probably would have hit the ADA if we had a normal, typical school year.
Correct.
I think $1,000, and I understand what Mr. Trevino is saying. He's saying to compensate for the deductions as far as the benefits and whatnot that are deducted.
And that's my question, Mr. Sanchez, that I've been asking. I know we talked to Mr. Aguilar. He was very helpful during the week last week and met with us for a while. That hold harmless is coming from ESSER 2. And I'm going to clarify the way I understand it. You correct me if I'm wrong. Hold harmless funds are coming from ESSER 2. So really, the 1,000 that we're giving our employees right now, we are supplanting, or in other words, taking it from the state or the local funds, but really they're coming from the federal funds from ESSER 2, correct?
Well, I interpret it different with all due respect. The money that we're getting is coming from the state. The state giving us the ADA revenue we're going to get if we had the number of students. So it is state money. The state is the one supplanting. Yeah, like on ESSER 3, they gave us the full amount. On ESSER 1, they didn't give us anything because if you have 6.6 million, we're going to take your ADA revenues for all the other revenues we had. So they supplanted it, not us. Same thing here. We get in the state revenues, and that's what we're using to pay these. And then they said, so we help you there, we're going to take it away from ESSER 2. Just like they did with ESSER 1. They took it up front. So they are the ones supplanting, not us. Have you?
Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm sorry, he said ESSER 1, but I was under the impression that we never got the ESSER 1, the 6 million. We never got that.
Yeah, exactly. We would have awarded 6.8 million, initially 6.6, and then an additional 200. And they said, this is your money, but we're going to deduct it from your foundation money, which is the ADA. So they supplanted it also. We didn't see it because they took it. So we had to recognize it in the books as federal revenues. And then we came back to the board at the end of the year with an amendment to deduct state revenues because we had the ESSER money one. So they supplanted that one as well. That's why we didn't see it.
And I think what she's trying to get to is that she's saying that since of course the state did the supplanting themselves, but this is a local initiative that was done by during
administration.
During a different administration, right? So we can't use federal funds to kind of do an increase, so we'd have to take them out of our own local funds. If we wanted to increase to 1,200, so that leads me to my next question is, I know we're looking at the additional amounts of 1,000, 800, 600, et cetera. Now we're talking about doing 1,000 across the board.
Right.
Is it being our budget expert here? Is that something that we can do as far as going now to 1,200? Is that something that's gonna? Hurt us?
Yes, we can. Yeah, well, I'll take more money from the current budget that we have.
Okay.
Yes, but we can be done the additional, make it 200 like you said.
But in true honesty, we've been receiving, or we will be receiving a lot of reimbursements, like for the
ESSER 3.
Yes,
air purifiers
correct.
that we use and so forth. So yes, we would take it from the local fund, correct? But I mean, I think it's something worth looking into.
So we
And Because it'd be about $500,000 different.
That pre-award cost is the what I've been reading, the pre-award that we use, we can't do that with this and award that money.
Well, the next agenda item discusses that part. That can go as pre-award. Well, actually, no, because, well, that's another agenda item.
No, because
That can be, that's something that we can do on the other one. It wouldn't be pre-award, but it can be done.
We can table this item.
Right.
And then,
Well, I'd rather take action on it with all due respect, because if we were to pay it in June,
Right, we have to move.
we need to prepare payroll, everybody to work on it.
what if we can approve it on Monday with the additional funds?
That would make it real tight
Yeah.
for us to run it.
Because the payroll window, right, process.
Yeah, forget.
Can we approve right now the 1,000 and then approve any additional funds we can add for July?
Yes, any
Yes.
additional funds that our Board of Trustees would like to consider as retention
Okay, so we
can
can,
be considered in July, and we do have an item on that
And that
for
would be
next
ESSER
school
money, that
year
would be federal funds.
for retention.
okay, so I'll keep the motion to approve
Yeah.
$1,000.
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, so for item K, I've got a motion by Coach Nieto.
Correct.
And a second by Mark De Los Santos. Any further discussion?
So by the 21st on Monday, when we talk about that one will be ESSER funds.
Yes.
So if we wanted to, then we can go ahead and possibly even, do 500, I guess. Correct.
Or anything else, yeah.
Yeah, you can just bring how much total is gonna be with the extra 500.
Is that coming up on L? Will we just add to L?
So L will be for, yes, L is for retention stipends
Correct.
for next school year. So
So if we wanted to add, we could add to that.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll go and take it to a vote. Please signify yes or no. Jackie Sustaita,
Yes.
Mark De Los Santos,
Yes.
Coach Nieto,
Yes.
Coach Trevino.
Yes.
Motion passes. We'll go on to item L, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the retention stipend for the 2021-2022 school year for all employees from the American Rescue Plan ESSER 3 funding.
Board of Trustees, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, expectations for all staff dramatically changed. Things were very different this school year. And staff were required to switch and pivot, work remote, work from home, come back. It was constant throughout the year. Staff were also required to add extra work to ensure their own safety, the safety of students, of their colleagues, and community members. There were increased expectations applied to all employees across departments and campuses. Many, even during the closure, were out serving food, making sure buildings were taken care of, us, keeping things secure. So as we look forward to returning to face-to-face instruction in the fall of 2021, these expectations will continue as we meet the ever-changing circumstances that are going to be created by this pandemic and then the aftermath. We would like you to look at a stipend that will assist in retaining quality staff we have throughout our district during this trying time and through the year. You do know that we have a lot of vacancies. I shared with you that we still have 64 to fill, in the next month. Sometime in July is the last date where staff members, teachers, and others, 45 days before the first day of instruction, need to say that they will be leaving us. So we'd like you to consider, and we are recommending a stipend for all employees with ESSER 3 grants. And you do have a table in front of you ranging from, we divided this up by $500, ranging from $500 per staff member, which would be $1.127 million from the ESSER 3 to $3,000 per staff member. So we're asking that you approve a retention stipend. The amount is up to you for all school employees from the ESSER 3 funding due to the increased work requirements caused by the COVID-19 pandemic this year and what we know we face in terms of accelerated learning loss, safety, and security as we come back from a major pandemic.
I definitely would say the 3. I mean, are we discussing it or not yet?
Yes.
Okay, well, definitely we want to reward our staff and boost morale. And I would say go the max with 3,000 per staff member. I know we worked hard on this during the week, and Mr. Aguilar met with us, and he, it was a push, and this hadn't come up before until last week. And it really upset a lot of the community, and it upset me, and it upset a lot of people that this topic wasn't brought up in some of the surveys that we had seen. And I'm just going to be very clear that this was definitely a push. And I'm very glad that the people that were able to help us with this were able to do this, and we appreciate the help. So yeah, definitely we want to boost morale with the 3,000.
The motion.
I think she's making a statement.
Oh,
we're in discussion right now? Are we in discussion? Okay.
Yes.
You know, and one of the things also that you know, piggybacking off what Ms. Usaiti was saying, all that discussion and planning, and we want our staff to know that they're appreciated. And we also want to compare ourselves, not compare ourselves, but look at what other districts are doing. What are they offering? Because of course we have highly qualified staff that are highly successful across all different departments and positions. And you were right, we have a lot of openings, and we want to attract highly qualified staff to apply and to come to our district to service our students. So what do you see as the average? I know superintendents talk across districts, and also we've seen on social media, because some districts are very quick to post. You know, some districts were posting in May as far as their incentive plans.
Right.
So where are we as far as on the 3,000? Because I've seen different numbers, but I don't want to throw those out there. But where are we at as far as, you know,
The top.
as far as what's out there?
What people are thinking.
Right, what people are offering and to retain their highly qualified staff.
Okay,
Where do we fall?
So as of recent, and things change in school districts, so the talk had been 2,500, 2,000, 1,500 in some districts. Now, whether that is actual ends up being, I can't tell you that. So the 3,000 falls above the 2,500 that has been shared as what I've heard is a max in the region. That doesn't mean there's not somebody right now looking right now and saying, what's considering this, and we're going to go up by this.
Right.
So, you know, that's what we have right now.
So I'll move to approve the 3,000. That's what the committee recommended also, correct? Which were the principals.
The District Advisory Committee, 63.3%.
Correct.
A second. Okay.
So I got a motion by Coach Nieto and a second by Jackie.
Yes.
Any further discussion?
Yes, what about the disbursements?
Mhm.
What are we looking at that? I know, do we have to vote on that now, or can that be?
The options and the benefits? I mean, I know there's two options.
We can do the stipend and then come back and share the options. The options shared earlier were in the monthly paychecks for TRS purposes. But if you saw from the feedback from, was it the District Advisory Committee? Most of them, like 2/3, wanted just the stipends. We can look at the stipend at the beginning of the school year. September, you come back in September, you get, or maybe back it up a little bit to August, you're coming back, and maybe December. I know that some districts are looking at December because they want people to stay through the semester and come in December. And then they're also thinking one of the discussions I had, and then you want them to stay through May because you can retire in December and get credit for the whole year. So they want them to come to be here for May. So some districts are thinking of December and then at the end of the school year for this. So there's lots of different options. I don't think we have to select an option. We know the amount and we can work on some options and come back to you with, I don't think you need to approve the options, but just discuss maybe in a workshop or just discussion item what we're thinking about doing for the options. And Mr. Sanchez is here maybe to give some more insights into that.
What did you say the committee recommended, Mr. Garlick, or?
In terms of the disbursements for payout, it was about 75% in favor of a split stipend. One towards the beginning of the year and one at the end. Now, to be fair, these are options we threw out. That's the one that they chose. I mean, there's lots of ways to do this.
So this stipend is only for staff that are coming back?
It's a retention stipend.
Right, retention.
That is the
Yes.
intention, right? Yes.
Okay.
I propose, 2 and 1. I like 2 in September and 1 in December, right before Christmas. That way you get, it's not divided 15 and 15. It's at least, 2,000 to start the year, and then you get another 1,000 in
Now, some
December.
people, for tax purposes, would be benefited if it was 2,000 or 1,000 and 2,000 in January because of the tax bracket. So it all depends.
Yeah.
I agree with you that split, but you split in the same year. If you go January, then that's for the next year. But that's something to think about.
I was gonna ask, I mean, since this stipend is for the staff, is there a way that we can survey the staff and see what the, I mean, I don't want to make a decision for someone and then yet I don't know their
Yes, their
situation.
situation.
Or, so if this is for them, and this is their benefit, and for those that come back and stay with Weslaco ISD, wouldn't it be quick just to do a survey? You know,
I'm
of
looking
staff,
at
tally it
the
up, and-
technology, at the technology department. It would be quick. If we approve the stipend, we could get a survey out as soon as tomorrow morning, Mr.
And they can decide on the different split, and that way, nobody makes a decision that doesn't favor the majority.
Right.
How does it work into the retirement? I know some people have told me if you spread it out amongst all the months, then it goes into your retirement or TRS or something.
Right.
Mr.
Part of salary.
The amount is distributed on a monthly basis, September through August, for example. It will be added to the teacher retirement investment.
So that's another option. It's either one time or two or monthly. Okay.
We can get that from the survey.
Yeah, we can conduct a survey with different types of information and options and then bring it back to you all.
Majority.
All right.
There's a motion.
Yes, take it to vote. So we got a motion by Coach Nieto and a second by Jackie Sustaita. Let's take it to a vote. Signify yes or no. Jackie Sustaita,
Yes.
Mark De Los Santos,
Yes.
Coach Nieto,
Yes.
and Coach Trevino.
Yes.
Motion passes. And we going on the closed session? Just kidding. We'll move into adjournment. Got a motion? It's 10:29.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have to help you.
Hey.
That's a good job.
That's the job, sir.
No,